You are listening to Yankton Baseball on KYNT, Yankton's home team for all the action on the diamond.
The payoff pitch. And gets him! Looking on the outside corner.
2-0, swung on and belted to right field by Feezer. This one is high, back, and gone.
Rounding third. There will be a play at the plate. The slide. He's safe at home.
This broadcast is brought to you in part by
Hy-Vee, Larry's Heating and Cooling, Rhonda Westland State Farm Insurance, Ben's Brew Station, 1919 Root Beer, Fairfield Inn and Suites and the Holiday Inn Express in Yankton, Triple Time Rudy's, Roy Wilcox State Farm Insurance, South Dakota Office of the Attorney General, Vision Real Estate, Missouri River Associates, First Chiropractic Centers, First Dakota National Bank, the UPS Store, Conkling Distributing, SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, Avera, Mayor Signs, Vision Care Associates, Truxedo, MT and RC Smith Insurance, Olson's Pest Technicians, Parker Hannafin, Midwest Insurance Agency.
Now, we go live to the action with KYNT Assistant Sports Director and Sports Broadcaster, Brayden Butler.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from Riverside Field in not-so-sunny Yankton, South Dakota today, right on the banks of the Missouri River. The Yankton Post 12 Legion squad taking on the Bandits of Post 74 out of Brookings today in a Class A doubleheader. Now, as many of you have already noticed, Bryce Ladwig not here tonight, but I am here, and we bring in somebody who last time they were on a broadcast, I believe, was Mount Marty Baseball. KYNT News Director Josh Bolter gets to join me tonight. But Josh, thanks for joining us for this.
Yeah, glad to be here, and first chance to be live and call some post-12 action today. Really looking forward to that, and should be a good pair of games here with two good teams.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. You got a post-12 squad. We'll get into that, actually, after I give a shout-out to our sponsor for the broadcast booth, Fairfield Inn and Suites and the Holiday Inn Express in Yankton. Score great rates and flexible reservations when you book direct with Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express in Yankton. This is your pregame show brought to you by Hy-Vee. There's a helpful smile in every aisle at Hy-Vee. Not used to having to be on this side of the table and run all those ads in the pregame, but we got through all of them. Big shout-out to our fans of the game real quick as well, brought to you by Triple Time Rudy's. Whether you're traveling to a home or an away game, be sure to fill up at Triple Time Rudy's. They're located at 1606 Broadway Avenue. Now for today's game, Post 12 comes in with a 16-6 overall record. I believe it's 6th in the latest Class A Legion standings. Across from them, Brookings, 11-8 overall on the season so far. So two teams that are fairly close in record today. Should be a competitive one. I know these two teams met back in the high school season. It was a couple competitive games and a lot of fun. So it usually is. It's a Brookings team that has a lot of talent every single year, it feels like. So it should be a lot of fun here again today at Riverside Field when these two teams lock horns here at about 40 minutes away from first pitch currently.
Yeah, and it should be an exciting one. Yankton coming off of a split against Post 15 over the last Thursday. Now they got a chance here this week to keep building on an already strong record, 2 doubleheaders, and that starts today against Brookings.
Yeah, you mentioned 2 doubleheaders this week. They got Post 22, the Hard Hats, coming in on Thursday, so that's going to affect how head coach Drew Lawrence manages his pitching today, because you want some really good arms for the Hard Hats on Thursday in that one, but you also need some of your top arms for Brookings. Luckily for Coach Lawrence, he doesn't have a shortage of good pitching this year, it seems. A lot of guys are pitching very, very well. And that'll wrap up your matchup breakdown for today, brought to you by Upper Midwest Garage Door, your local Clopay dealer specializing in the sales, installation, and service of garage doors and openers for homes and businesses across eastern South Dakota. I'd like to give a quick thank you to some of our broadcast partners, including America's Best Realty. If you're ready to stop renting and start owning, America's Best Realty can unlock the American dream. Edward Jones Financial Advisor Colby Kukta. Colby Kukta, your Edward Jones Financial Advisor, can review your game plan today. Call him at 605-653-4860. Edward Jones, member SIPC. And Yankton Medical Clinic, providing comprehensive care for the whole family, all in one place. So much care, so close to home. Now it's time to look at your standings review here on the pregame report. That's brought to you by Rhonda Westland State Farm Insurance. Let Rhonda review your current home, auto, or life insurance to see if she can help you save some money. Yankton coming into today is 5th in the Legion standings. would be 6th in the Legion standings. They'd be the 5 seed because Watertown gets an automatic bid, who's ahead of them currently. But the standings as a whole, Rapid City Post 22 is on top, Watertown 2nd, Renner 3rd, Sioux Falls East 4th. Actually, is Yankton in 5th, so interesting there. There's numbers don't correlate on the website. On the bracket, they're listed as the 5th overall seed, but it's, or the 6th overall seed, but it is what it is. My apologies there. But Yankton 5th, Brandon Valley 6th, Huron in 7th, Brookings in 8th, Harrisburg Gold would be 9th, Pierre 10th, Rapid City Post 320 is 11th, Sioux Falls West is 12th, Spearfish 13th, Sturgis 14th, and Aberdeen in 15th. All of those teams, no matter of where you finish, will have a shot to go to the Legion tournament, but obviously you want to be a high seed so you can host in the first-round playoff matchups. The only team gets an automatic bid is Watertown, who are the hosts of the State Legion tournament this year, July 29th through August 2nd. As it would stand matchup-wise, I know we're just over a month away from the end of the regular season here, or just under a month now. It's already June 24th. Number 1, Rapid City Post 22 would host Aberdeen. Number 3, Renner would host number 14, Sturgis. Number 4, Sioux Falls East would host Spearfish. Yankton would host Sioux Falls West. Brandon Valley would host Rapid City Post 320. Huron would host Pierre, and Brookings would host Harrisburg Gold in those opening round playoff series, with the winner of each series going to Watertown for the Legion State Tournament. And once again, is your standings review brought to you by Rhonda Westland State Farm Insurance, but with not... A month is relative in the game of baseball. Not a lot of time left in this season, it feels like. These games are really important for both these teams. They are both kind of on that edge of being able to host one of those first-round playoff matchups.
Yeah, and you talked about obviously wanting to, if you can get further up there, 5 spot's a pretty good spot to be in, but if you can get even further, that's better, obviously. But what's also key about this is keeping a team like Brookings right off your tail. I mean, you look at it, they're sitting in that 8 spot, like you said, and, depending on how these 2 games go, if it goes Brookings' way, all of a sudden they're right there with Yankton towards that spot. So, it'd be obviously beneficial for Yankton to come out of here with a pair of wins today, or at least split. But we'll see how it plays out. And, like you said, there's still a good amount of baseball left, with a little under a month, but something to keep an eye on, and we'll see how it goes today.
Yeah, there's a lot of it's congestion in the middle right now in Class A. You got Yankton in 5th. They're only half a seed point off of potentially being 3rd. And you look at Brookings, they are 7-4 in Class A play this season. Yankton's 8-4. So a lot of teams really close together in that about 3 through 8 or 9 stretch in Class A. All these games super important. We got a couple good ones today. Big thank you to some more broadcast partners, including Elwood Family Dental Care, where they take care of the entire family and are always welcoming new patients. Kaiser Heating and Cooling. Be the wiser and go with Kaiser. That's Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton. And First Dakota National Bank. For more than 150 years, they've been providing South Dakota families and businesses just like yours with personalized banking services. First Dakota National Bank is a member FDIC. We're going to take a break. Come back in a couple minutes. We'll have your pregame coach interview with Drew Lawrence here on the Hy-Vee pregame show. This is Yankton Post 12 Legion Baseball, KYNT, KYN-TV. Back after this break.
This is the sound of grilling season. It's time to get back to cookouts, to gathering with friends and family, and making memories. And with Hy-Vee's lower prices on thousands of items all over the store, you can still get the best quality meat and everything else you need for your barbecues at prices that will make you smile. Get back to grilling for less, with a little help from Hy-Vee.
I love 1919 root beer. It's the best over a big scoop of vanilla ice cream. My favorite is just ice cold 1919 poured over crunchy ice. It's so refreshing. It's the creamiest root beer ever.
1919 root beer is the perfect treat. Brewed in small batches with only the finest ingredients. It's the creamiest, full-bodied, alcohol and caffeine-free draft root beer available. It's a taste tradition since, well, 1919.
The Boathouse is for everyone. Axe throwing, mini bowling, shuffleboard, beanbag, golf, pool, and darts. Plus awesome food and drinks with lots of cold craft beers and other beverages. Some say the Boathouse is the most fun you can have on land. Trivia on Tuesday nights, music bingo on Wednesdays with live music on Friday night. This is downtown Yankton's fun gathering place for all ages. If you can't be on the boat or at a Bucks or Gazelles game, then it's the Boathouse.
When the summer heat is on, make sure your cooling system is up to the challenge. Kaiser Heating and Cooling has the right solution for your home or business, whether it's a high-efficiency air conditioner, geothermal system, or reliable heat pump unit. For over 77 years, we've been keeping Yankton cool with expert installation and service. Don't sweat this summer. Stay comfortable all season long with Kaiser Heating and Cooling, Yankton's most trusted heating and cooling professionals.
Look at all the pictures of the resort you'd stay in every year. All you need to do is pay reasonable maintenance fees once a year. With any contract that you're signing, read and understand everything. What happens if you cancel? Can you get out of this contract? If you feel pushed into signing the contract, you need to stop and take a step back. If you have questions, contact the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
Looking for fuel or more? Stop by Triple Time Rudy's, your locally owned convenience store at 17th and Broadway. At Triple Time Rudy's, they're proud to support the community, offering fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers and backing local activities and events. Inside, you'll discover regional favorites like Dimmick Cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. Whether it's a quick snack, a tank of top-quality fuel, or a taste of local goodness, Triple Time Rudy's, fueling your day, fueling the community.
The mission of State Farm is to help people manage the risks of everyday life, recover from the unexpected, and realize their dreams. Hi, I'm Roy Wilcox with State Farm Insurance. We have been helping customers get to a better state for over 100 years. No matter where you are in life, we're here to help you make the right play calls for your insurance coverage. Give me a call or stop by anytime.
Call Roy Wilcox State Farm Insurance today, 665-7140. Find more at roywilcox.com.
Welcome back in here, KYNC, KYNTV. Before we get to your pregame coach interview, I want to thank a couple broadcast partners, including FNBO, proud to serve our community for more than 165 years. Stop by your local branch or visit fnbo.com. Yankton Thrive. There's a thriving business economy in the Yankton area. Your one source and resource for all businesses, from retail to manufacturing, is Yankton Thrive. For more, go to yanktonsd.com. And Floor Tech. Whether it's a soaked carpet, a flooded basement, or unexpected weather damage, when your home or floor is wet, call Floor Tech at 665-4839. Time for your pregame coach interview, brought to you by 1919 Root Beer, the creamiest full-bodied draft root beer available. You can find it in convenience stores, grocery stores, or on tap at local restaurants. This comes from the post-game of Yankton's doubleheader last week against Aberdeen. Head coach Drew Lawrence came up and talked to Bryce Ladwig for a couple minutes after that one. Kind of talked about his team's performance in that. Ended up breaking down their matchup with their upcoming matchup with Sioux Falls. We don't have that, obviously, because this is Brookings now, but it's the last chance we had to talk to head coach Drew Lawrence, and we'll be playing right now here on KYNT.
Coach, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, you bet.
Congratulations on a really important Class A sweep of Aberdeen here today. First game, I just have notes here, just aggressive base running. I say is back. It's always been there, but I mean, I remember years past, we're talking, just kind of seemed like vintage Yankton there. Very aggressive on the base paths, a lot of stolen bases, I think 10 in the first game, maybe 9. And just kind of, was that something you're really trying to emphasize today?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we want to be. We want to be a team that keeps running even when we get thrown out. Like, Beck getting thrown out in the first inning in game 2 at third is okay because he read the ball in the dirt. The kid made a pretty good play, but we want to be aggressive. We've kind of stopped stealing, and this happens every year. You know, you get into the middle of a season, and, you know, kids don't take green lights as much, and so we have to kind of refocus our energy on what we need to refocus on in order to be successful. So it's been a point of emphasis lately. Sometimes it's not possible. Sometimes the pitcher slide steps and the catcher's got a good arm. And pitchers do a good job of holding people on. So sometimes we're just not able to. Today was definitely a day where we were able to move on the base pass.
Great defense. I have Easton Nelson out in center, saved at least one run, and then also he had like kind of a collapsing dive and just really nice out in center field. He's been doing really well out there patrolling center field.
Yeah, he's been doing good. Our outfielders are good. I mean, Cirque had a couple of really good catches too.
Sager had one where he didn't have to move a muscle.
Yep, he didn't move. He had a spot shot where he hit right at him. We put Boston in there in the game one, and he got a ball down the line. We got a lot of outfielders right now. We're struggling with infielders as far as numbers wise, because we've got some guys that are a little bit banged up, a little bit hurt. So hopefully we can get those guys back and healthy.
Yeah, and that was going to be, you kind of just mentioned it, but there's just a little bit of fielding errors today, especially in game 2 and the end of game 1. Obviously, Mark Cottle basically went the distance. I mean, except for one last out, and only math is what took him out, obviously. Yeah. But overall, solid performance from him. And you take away half an inning, that was just a great outing from Cottle.
Yeah, did a good job. The first 3 innings he did it with just a fastball because he was struggling with his off speed, but then he figured his off speed out when we got into about the 3rd, 4th inning, and was able to throw better pitches with that. So being able to figure out different ways to be effective is what a good pitcher is all about.
And we've seen that a few times this season, and I think it's actually a positive, Coach, but hear me out. So a pitcher will struggle there in the first. You've had a few of those outings, but the fact that all of your pitchers have been able to calm down, get back out, and then still throw a great game or just a solid performance throughout, even after maybe having a rough opening inning, it really says a lot.
Yeah, we've been struggling the last week and a half, 2 weeks, as far as giving up runs in the top of the first. We did it at Lewis and Clark. At the Dakota Classic, we did it. We gave up too many runs in the first inning. So it was important for both Mark and Boston to be able to put up zeros in the first inning for us. That carried us over and kind of gave us confidence right away, so we didn't start the game out behind.
That was head coach Drew Lawrence from last week's doubleheader against Aberdeen for Yankton Post.
A local business owner came into the UPS store with a large shipment of products for his online store. While they packed everything securely, he asked if they could also handle the international shipping. The answer? Of course they can. For over 9 years, the UPS store in Yankton has been helping business owners with both their printing and shipping needs. Whether you're sending a package across town or across the globe, they've got you covered. So stop by the UPS store in Yankton and ask them about their shipping services or current print specials.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
School may be out for summer, but now is the time to get your child's school and sports physicals. Beat the last-minute rush. Schedule your kindergarten physical and necessary vaccines, 6th grade physical and required vaccines, and for those entering 7th and 10th grade, your high school sports physical. Yankton Medical Clinic makes it easier than ever with online scheduling available 24/7 or call today. School's out for summer, but let Yankton Medical Clinic help you stay ahead of the game by getting your school physicals now. So much care, so close to home.
Isn't it great when things work how they should? Like the award-winning free checking from FNBO. No monthly fees, no minimums, and no overdraft fees, ever. Online, in the app, on the go, or down the street. You be you, and we'll make it easy to bank your way and manage your account. Here's to simple, flexible, and free. Here's to checking that works the way you want it to. Visit FNBO.com to learn more or stop on by. FNBO Free Checking. Member FDIC.
Are you on track to retire? I'm Adam Walter, a certified financial planner with Vantage Financial, born and raised in Yankton, South Dakota. My team and I pride ourselves on building trust through clear, honest advice tailored to your unique goals. From retirement planning to smart tax strategies, we'll create a personalized plan to help you feel confident and secure about your financial future. Visit vfplanning.com or search Adam Walter Vantage Financial to schedule a 15-minute call today.
Vantage Financial Partners is a registered investment advisor. SEC registration does not constitute an endorsement of Vantage by the SEC, nor does it indicate that Vantage has attained a particular level of skill or ability.
Scratching your head when it comes to choosing health insurance for your company? Don't worry.
Health insurance is what we do, and our benefits will grow and expand as your company does. With Avera Health Plans, you can count on competitive premiums and access to a broad network of care, including well-being support and mental health benefits. Our comprehensive business health insurance will make you look like the expert. Just ask your insurance agent or go to averahealthplans.com.
Looking for the perfect place to get together with friends and family, watch the game, and enjoy some of the best wings in town? Make plans to visit Checkers Sports Bar and Grill. It doesn't matter what team you cheer for, your game day cravings are covered. Enjoy the action while you dig into mouth-watering wings, juicy burgers, and stacked sandwiches. Open Tuesday through Sunday, Checkers Sports Bar and Grill is Yankton's favorite spot for food, friends, and sports. Your game days belong at Checkers.
Have a large group or event that you'd like to offer clothing for? JJ Benji's can make you look good. Instead of you taking orders, collecting money, and then delivering the clothing, let JJ Benji's handle it all. JJ Benji's will create an online store with the merchandise you want to offer. People order, pay, and then JJ Benji's will ship it. You just provide a link or QR code to the online store, and that's it. Contact JJ Benji's in Yankton for more information.
Welcome back in here on KYNT and KYN TV. We want to thank some of our broadcast partners for helping make this broadcast possible, including Sherco, proud supporter of Yankton Sports. We need to be sure and make it Sherco. Ray Wilcox State Farm Insurance. They've been helping customers get to a better state for over 100 years. They'll help you make the right play calls for your insurance coverage. And First Chiropractic Center, making life better one adjustment at a time. We'll start with your stats in focus here, brought to you by Vision Care Associates. See the difference with Vision Care Associates, advanced eye care for the whole family, where the health of your eyes comes first. They're located on Fox Run Parkway in Yankton. Looking at your team stats for Yankton Post 12 so far this season on the batting end of things. 303 team batting average, 467 on base with an 866 OPS, 166 total hits, 28 doubles, 6 triples, 4 home runs, 149 runs scored for Yankton so far this year, 149 walks to 118 strikeouts. You always like when your team walks more than they strike out. Another big stat this year for Yankton has been steals and base running, but we'll talk more about that in just a moment in our keys to the game. I do want to thank a couple more of our broadcast partners, including Aztec, one of Yankton's greatest employers and friend of the community. Build a career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Click careers at aztecindustries.com. Midwest Insurance Agency. See Travis and Whitney Devine at Midwest Insurance for your farm, home, and auto insurance needs. Call today to set up an appointment. And Graham Tire. They do more than sell tires at Graham Tires. They are your auto service and tire store next door. Now, keys to the game brought to you by Vision Real Estate, where their focus is always on you. We mentioned it already. Steals are a big thing for this Yankton team. 31 steals as a team and 81.58% success rate at stealing. So we always talk about aggressive base running, but Josh, I think smart base running is even more important to kind of focus on today.
Absolutely. Manufacturing runs, that's something that is kind of a lost art you see at the professional level, where a lot of times it's home run or bust or things like that. But this Yankton team does a good job of creating runs on the base paths, and we saw it just a little while ago. 11 stolen bases last week over 2 games. That was insane. So, they you look at it and they steal. They're aggressive out, but like you said, got to be smart and find a way to manufacture those runs.
Yeah, and you look at the individual guys who are good at stealing bases. Evan Sirk's got 10 on the year. Becker Ekins got 8. Tate Bestie's got 7. All those guys are over a 75% success rate, too, so 3/4 of the time, all of those guys are successful when going for steals. So that clean base running, that smart base running is going to be crucial today. And let's go to the more defensive side for your key player of the game, brought to you by Missouri River Associates. Need expert guidance on insurance? Trust the team at Missouri River Associates in Yankton to point you in the right direction. And we're going to be focused on the guy on the mound today. Mark Cottle's going to get the start in Game 1.
Absolutely, and you mentioned it earlier, 4 games over these next couple days. You need to get off to a good start, and you got Mark Cottle on the mound. He's a really good pitcher, 1.69 ERA. Looking at it on the season, 17 strikeouts. He started 4 games, made 7 appearances this season, over 29 innings, and he's off to really another good season here for Post 12 and has another great opportunity today.
What's funny is by using the post-game interview from that doubleheader against Aberdeen last week, we heard Coach Lawrence talk about Mark Cottle's last start. Couldn't really get his off-speed working, was able to just focus on his fastball early on. Then once he got the off-speed dialed in, really settled him in down the stretch, and he pitched almost a complete game. Comes up one batter short of a complete game, ends up because of the number of pitches he threw. I think he ended up throwing 107 or 108, which is over the 105 max. But should be another good game today. Mark Cottle, a steady hand on the mound. This guy's been around the program for a while. I remember Bryce and I were talking about him during his sophomore season as a guy who was coming in sometimes in clutch moments on the mound. And now as a senior ready to go to Mount Marty next year, he continues to be there when he's needed most.
Yeah, and I love what you said as well as what Coach Lawrence said about last time out. Sometimes a lot of the good pitchers, sometimes they'll come into a start and maybe one pitch isn't working the best at the beginning, but another pitch is. They'll rely on that pitch and then over time get that other one going throughout the game. And so, yeah, he's been a staple of this program and, like you said, going to be at Mount Marty coming up here and looking forward to seeing him pitch today.
Big thank you to our broadcast partners of the UPS store, offering packing and shipping, plus printing services, mailboxes, and direct mail services. They're helping small businesses reach their goals in Yankton, across from Walmart. Also, thank you to Explorers Credit Union. Wherever you want your financial journey to take you, Explorers Credit Union is here to help with a vision of financial empowerment for everyone. Discover the difference at explorerscu.com. And One Office Solution, the one source for all your office products, including copiers, furniture, and office supplies. They're located next to Pizza Ranch on Broadway in Yankton. Going to take another break, come back in a couple minutes, and keep things rolling here on the Hy-Vee pregame show. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. He's Josh Bolter. I'm Brayden Butler. We're back in a couple minutes. This is Post-12 Legion Baseball, KYNT, KYN-TV.
I'm Colby Cookta, one of your Yankton Edward Jones financial advisors. We're all about financial investments, but we also value the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. That's why I'm a proud sponsor of the Yankton Bucks and Gazelles on KYNT.
Call 605-653-4860 or visit edwardjones.com for all your investment needs.
I'm Colby Cookta, financial advisor, Edward Jones Yankton, member SIPC.
I'm Nick Shudak. I'm the Dean of Undergraduate Studies at Mount Marty University. We have a ton of scholarships, right? We mitigate tuition through our scholarships. The monastery is very generous in terms of some of the scholarships that are available to students. We do everything we can to make sure that we're an affordable, private, mission-driven institution, and our affordability is pretty comparable to many state institutions.
Start your journey at Mount Marty University. Schedule a tour online at mountmarty.edu. Mount Marty, where great futures begin.
Olson Pest Technicians is a family-owned business since 1966. And with over 50 years of pest management, they understand your issues, and their well-trained team will help you solve your pest problems. Issues with cockroaches, ants, bedbugs, bats, termites, spiders, rats, mice, or other creepy crawling pests? Give your home a fresh start and use the proven method of fumigation to take care of your pest problem. Olson's Pest Technicians will thoroughly get rid of pests so you can rest easy again. Call Olson Pest today, 800-KILL-BUG. That's 1-800-KILBUGS.
You've been suffering from chronic pain or a recent injury. Check us out, Lane, Reed, and Cole Sawatsky at SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab.
We offer a wide variety of treatments and techniques, including dry needling, cupping, chiropractic adjustments, and sports rehabilitation.
Our mission is to ensure an individualized and efficient treatment plan to get you back on your feet.
From ankle sprains and sports injuries to neck pain and headaches, we've got your back. Give us a call or book an appointment on our website. SWAT Chiropractic, specialized wellness and therapy.
Now located on Summit Street across from the high school.
Sherco, the industry leader in tarping, has done it again with the release of the all-new Sherlock E-Series electric tarp. The E-Series features fully assembled front and rear arm, a pre-wired sealed control box, and Sherco's exclusive smart wire sealed harness for quick and easy installation. Operate the E-Series with the SureLink EZR remote or by your smartphone using the SureLink app. Add more time to your day with the Sherlock E-Series. To learn more, contact your authorized Sherco distributor or find us at Sherco.com. Demand the best. Demand Sherco.
Here's the deal, renters. When you combine State Farm auto and renter's insurance, you can save an average of $642. You heard me. So you get the right coverage for your car and stuff at the right price for you. State Farm agent Rhonda Westland and her team are ready to help you combine auto and renter's insurance and save. Call 605-665-4411 today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Average annual per household savings based on a 2019 national survey by State Farm of new policyholders who reported savings by switching to State Farm.
Many people in our area look forward to summer with the warmer, longer days, but for some, it can be a season filled with pain. This is Dr. Mackenzie Erlinson with First Chiropractic Centers. More free time and outdoor activities can result in injuries that end in discomfort and pain. These problems may be the result of poor posture or technique, or you've simply pushed your body too far. When pain in the summer strikes, keep First Chiropractic Centers in mind, making life better, one adjustment at a time.
Don't you just love being pressured into buying something? Of course not. I don't either. This is Jamie from Larry's Heating and Cooling. Pushing you to buy is something we haven't done in our 44 years of being in business. Instead, we prefer offering you an honest, free, no obligation assessment of your heating and cooling system. And if needed, we'll quote you a fair price for repair or replacement. Don't like being pressured? Then call Larry's Heating and Cooling, Yankton and Vermilion.
Welcome back in here, KYNT, KYNTV, your Hy-V pregame show. Hy-V, helpful smile in every aisle. Big thank you to some of our broadcast partners for helping make this broadcast possible, including Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway or over the phone at 665-1222. Stockman's Motorsports, your local Polaris dealer with a full lineup of Rangers and Sportsmen, ready to get you in the fields, in the woods, or wherever you like to go. And the Fox Stop. For your daily convenience and field needs, make a stop at the Fox Stop. Let's talk about your colors of the game now, brought to you by Royal Sports Shop in Yankton. If you need new uniforms for your school or rec team, call or go online to royalsportshop.com. The visiting Bandits of Brookings Post 74, black tops, gray pants, black hats, looks like white numbers with some red trim for Brookings. As for Yankton Post 12, white tops, white pants, black caps today with red numbers and trim, a little bit of black in there as well in the trim for Post 12. But black hats today, something they haven't matched with the white jerseys so far this season, if my memory serves me right. So a little bit of a different look, but pretty classic for Post 12 today for their jersey. I know maybe a little more than you, Josh. I'm a big fan of jerseys, what looks clean and what looks good out there.
Well, and, even if something isn't great, I like seeing different mix and matches and things like that, especially when you have different uniform combos. There's some teams at different levels that have the one road and the one home. But, yeah, it's kind of cool to see a new look, like you said, and even though it's very similar to the classic look.
And the wildest jerseys we usually see here at Riverside Field end up with the classics, like the Lewis and Clark Classic when it was in town. I think it's Blair just has basically the American flag as their jersey, and then they had corn on the back. What represents the state of Nebraska more than Blair post? I can't remember the exact post, but the American Legion baseball team out of Blair wearing an American flag and corn on their jersey. It was something. But
nothing says the great state of Nebraska like an American flag and some corn. that's my thoughts on that.
That's the two biggest things they got over there outside of the Huskers, and even corn still involved with the Huskers. But I digress. Your umpires of the game brought to you by the South Dakota Office of the Attorney General. They are the law on the diamond. Usually have good umpires here today. I don't have the names of the umpires. I believe one of them looking at the back of his head might be Steve Creer, but I do not have a confirmation on that. But your umpires usually do a great job. They're brought to you once again by the South Dakota Office of the Attorney General. They're the law on the diamond. Don't have your starting lineups quite yet for both teams. We have Yankton's. We're still awaiting Brookings, but they should get up here in due time. Your broadcast partners thank you to our broadcast partners of Truxedo, a real truck company. Search Truxedo on Google to learn more. Buell's Cleaners for rugs and uniforms, and to linens and more. Trust Buell's in downtown Yankton for professional cleaning services. I'll tell you, Josh, Bryce changed the wording in some of these ad reads, and it's really thrown me off after doing the same ad read for a year. but we're getting through it, Sometimes things need a little freshening up. And looks like if you want it freshening up, you can go to Buell's Cleaners.
Ooh, I see what you did there. I like that. No, whenever I'm writing a script and I'll start reading and I mess something up, I go, I literally wrote this. Just read what's on the paper. But no, I get what you're saying, but I like that there.
Big thank you as well to MT&RC Smith Insurance, an independent insurance agency offering you a variety of products for your individual, family, and business needs. They're at 204 West 4th Street in Yankton or over the phone at 665-3611. And thank you to Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first. They're located in Fox Run Parkway in Yankton. Like I said, we don't have the official starting lineups for both teams, but we can give you how Yankton's going to line up here in game number one. Your starting lineup's brought to you by First Chiropractic Center, making life better one adjustment at a time. Playing in left field, this is how they'll line up in the field, as that's where we'll see him in the top of the first. Will be Trey Sager in left, Evan Sirk in center field, and Easton Fieser out in right field. Keep an eye on that one when we get to who's playing first base. Third base will be Easton Nelson, shortstop Beck Reichen, second base Tate Bestie, and it's Matthew Sheldon at first base today. Mark Cottle on the mound with Gavin Johnson behind the plate. The designated hitter hitting in place of Mark Cottle, I believe for the first time in the summer season. I'll have to go back and check the Sioux Falls games to be 100% sure, but Samuel Goki in the batting lineup, batting leadoff as the designated hitter. He was the Class A Player of the Year in the spring season, has not played yet in the summer season, I believe, due to an injury he picked up there in the state tournament. But it's another good bat, another good player just to have back in the lineup. And once he's fully healthy, he'd be a great player to have back in the field as well.
And kind of about the right point of the season where he's going to have about 10 games to really get back into the swing of things and, get ready before tournament play. So, yeah, that's such a big bat and a key bat to add at this point in the season.
We're going to take another break here on KYNT and KYN TV. When we come back, we're going to keep things rolling, and should be the national anthem coming up shortly, as well as the announcement of the official starting lineups for both these teams. We're back in a couple minutes, though. This is Post 12 Legion Baseball, KYNT, KYN TV.
Are you tired of sugary sports drinks that make you crash faster than your team's playoff hopes? Strike out thirst like a champ with Liquid Death. It's 100% mountain water, no sugar, no weird colors, no fake flavors, just pure hydration that's cooler than your walk-up song. Perfect for dugouts, doubleheaders, and post-game victory laps. Because swinging for the fences is easier when you're not running on fruit punch and regrets. Whether you're playing, practicing, or just pretending to stretch, grab a Liquid Death and crush your thirst with style.
At Elwood Family Dental Care, they believe patients should understand their treatment, not just receive it. That's why they show you x-rays and photos, explain the why, and keep you informed every step of the way. They treat patients of all ages and especially love caring for kids. Most pediatric treatments are done right in the office, trying to limit trips out of town. So come see Elwood Family Dental Care today, located at 19th and Broadway, where they take care of the entire family.
South Dakota football and volleyball season tickets are available now. The Coyote football team reached new heights in 2024, totaling 11 wins and earning an appearance in the FCS playoff semifinals.
Bauman fires deep, got a man open. It's Jack Martins. He's got it. He's in. Touchdown, South Dakota.
Volleyball continued their tradition of success, appearing in their 5th NCAA tournament. Join the fun and secure your seats at GoYotes.com.
Ever have one of those days? Your car breaks down, your dog decides your couch is a chew toy, and oh yeah, a tree falls on your roof. Don't worry, Missouri River Associates has you covered. Auto, home, pet mishaps, we're here for all of life's little oops moments. Call 665-6885 for your free quote, because life happens and we're ready for it.
The housing market is constantly changing. I'm Deb Speck with Vision Real Estate, and with 20 years of experience, I'll help you navigate the ever-changing real estate environment. Whether you're thinking about buying or selling, my experience and attention to detail will guide you through the process. Let's find you the right home at the right time. Call me and we'll talk about your home needs. Deb Speck, Vision Real Estate, 605-664-5555.
Welcome back in here, KYNT, KYN TV. They're announcing the starting lineups officially here at Riverside Field, and we got the starters for Brookings now for you as well. Here's how they will bat. Batting leadoff, number 1, the left fielder, Trey Christofferson. Batting second, the catcher, number 17, Jace Bauer. Batting third, the shortstop, number 9, Cooper Schneider. Batting fourth, the designated hitter, number 24, Winston Plummer. Batting fifth, the second baseman, number 23, Tyson Antonin. Batting sixth, the first baseman, number 28, Tane Frederick. Batting seventh, the third baseman, number 3, Nolan Wagner. Batting eighth, the right fielder, number 10, Jay Harris. And batting ninth, the center fielder, number 8, John Collar. The pitcher today will be number 15, Breck Wilson for Brookings. On the bench for Brookings, I see Ryder Anderson, Ryan Lockram, Max Jensen, Talon Hyde, and Kyson Renner. As for Yankton, once again, how they're lining up out in the field, it's Sager in left, Sirk in center, Fieser in right, Nelson at third base, Reichen at shortstop, Bestie at second base with Sheldon at first, Mark Cottle on the mound, Gavin Johnson behind the plate, Sam Goki, the designated hitter. That's how these teams will line up in this one. Going to take another break for the national anthem. When we come back, we'll have your first pitch brought to you by the Boathouse.
Hey, this is Les Norman, former Kansas City Royal. I was in town for the Pass It On Baseball Clinic and had the honor of staying at the Fairfield by Marriott. And I have to say, one of my favorite places ever in all of my travels. It is super clean. It is beautiful on the inside, and the staff is top-notch. They're incredible. They're very kind. They remember you. The rooms are clean. The beds were incredibly comfortable. The showers were hot. The food was great, and I even got a workout in. So I highly recommend, if you get the chance, stay at the Fairfield by Marriott right here in Yankton.
Get it cleaned with Buell's.
Dress shirts, suits, dresses, coats. At Buell's, they specialize in dry cleaning and pressing. You can pick it up or even have it delivered.
Got a tough stain you're worried about getting out? Leave it to Buell's. They're experts in getting out those nasty stains.
Do you wash your own comforter? If you really want it clean, let Buell's do it. Their large-size washers are perfect for comforters.
If you need it clean, take it to Buell's. 444 West 3rd, Yankton.
Moody Motors in Niobrara is here to help with all of your automotive needs. Whether that means getting you into a nicer vehicle, servicing or repairing your current vehicle, or any auto body or glass replacement needs. If you are in the market for a nicer vehicle, we finance all new and used vehicles with very low interest rates. Moody Motors in Niobrara, your one-stop vehicle shop. View our inventory online at moodymotor.com.
You're in the mood for Moody.
Boston Shoes to Boots is your locally owned family shoe store located in downtown Yankton on Cedar Street. We offer the service and quality product to fit the whole family. Whether you're in the market for athletics, dress, casual, or work, come shop with us 6 days a week or shop online all the time at bostonshoestoboots.com. Try out our foot scanner and get fitted for insoles. Happy feet keep you healthy and on the move. Boston Shoes to Boots is proud to support Yankton High School athletics.
Warming up for post 12. We're getting ready to go for game number 1 of our doubleheader. Mostly cloudy right now in the Yankton area, 72 degrees. Winds out of the east-northeast around 13 miles per hour. Dew point's at 63 degrees, so we might get a little bit of dew on the grass later tonight as it goes down. A low of 66 this evening. So there's a 44% chance of precipitation. We'll see if that comes into play today. You'll be noticing on our broadcast, that's why the camera's not set up in the outfield. Chance of rain tonight and could be heavier later on. And Josh, I didn't know if I'd have anybody here with me, so I didn't want to set up a camera out in the outfield and then you guys have to deal with 10 minutes of silence while I go make sure the camera doesn't get destroyed by water. So, good to have you here, though, for this one.
I'm glad to be here, and I just wanted to say, where else are you going to get dew point on your broadcast? That's all I'm going to say about the quality of this. We bring the coverage that no one else does. We're talking dew point. I'm excited.
I'm a dew point truther, all right? I'm like the guys who still root for Pluto. First pitch.
I'm just glad you didn't kick it to me for more on dew point. I would have been like,
more on the dew point. Here's Josh Walter. First pitch, once again, brought to you by the Boathouse. They're located in the downtown Meridian District. It's the most fun you can have on land. If you can't be on the boat or at the Diamond, then it's the Boathouse. Trey Christopherson to lead things off for Brookings post 74. Mark Cottle on the mound. His first pitch in there for strike one. We are underway.
We talked about it in the pregame. Cottle's been great this year, 1.69 ERA, and gets a first pitch strike.
That one tries to work the inside part of the plate, misses inside for a ball to the left-handed Christopherson. It's not just Cottle, it's a lot of this Yankton pitching staff. They're good at being right around the zone. As that one misses outside for a ball. So a little bit of contradiction to what I'm trying to say. But they're good at being around the zone. They do force a lot of weak contact. They don't miss too far in the zone. 2-1 from Cottle, slapped into center field. Cirk getting underneath of it, showing the speed out in center for out number 1.
That's the thing. A lot of speed in the outfield for Yankton, and Cirk's part of that. You saw him get under that one to make a catch. I thought for a second there Christopherson was going to get that one to drop, but like I said, Cirk did a really good job getting underneath it and making the snag.
Up next to the plate will be the catcher for Brookings today, Jace Bauer, the right-handed hitter. Johnson shades inside to Bauer here, and First pitch is in there for a strike from Cottle.
That's something, we talked about, the catcher at the top or towards the top of the lineup. You're seeing that more and more and more at all levels of baseball. And personally, I'm a fan.
I mean, Yankton, as that one's in there for strike 2, quick 0-2 count, Cottle ahead. Yankton's been a proprietor of that this year. Gavin Johnson, for the most part, has been batting leadoff. He's batting cleanup today, which is the farthest down the order he's hit since early April. Swung through that one and missed. A 3-pitch punch-out from Mark Cottle. His first of the game. It's 2 up, 2 down for Brookings as Cooper Schneider steps up to the plate.
Yeah, and can't ask for much better than that from your senior pitcher. Cottle gets 3 strikes on 3 pitches and gets a quick out there.
Cottle wheels and deals the first one, and that one's going to hit the batter. It sent Gavin Johnson sprawling as well, and a lot of people are in pain after that one. As down the first base line goes Cooper Schneider on the hit by pitch. They're going to come out and check on Gavin Johnson, who rolled on that one, tried to duck it, and might have got clipped at 1.2.
Yeah, and I think he's just gonna need a second here to get back up and get going, but I think he'll be fine.
Unfortunately, there's not really a good camera angle. We don't like showing guys who are dealing with something. There's not really a good camera angle we have right now. So do apologize for that. Gavin is getting checked on by head coach Drew Lawrence right now. Mark Cottle coming in and showing his concern as well. But first base run of their game is on first base, Cooper Schneider, after that hit by pitch. Looks like Johnson's putting the gear back on. Cottle's laughing, so he's probably just giving him a hard time.
When isn't Mark Cottle laughing? Every time I see him, he's always got a smile on his face.
I didn't know it was illegal for a guy to be in a good mood.
No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. I'm just saying, when isn't he laughing?
No, I don't think I've ever seen Mark Cottle in a bad mood, except like during a play on the football field. But I guess you have to be upset to play offensive line. Winston Plummer to the plate now. Cottle checks the runner at first as he comes set. Out of the stretch, Cottle fires home. Runner takes off. Pitch misses low, gets away from Gavin Johnson. So an easy steal of second there for Schneider. And he overslid the bag. He's toe tapping it to make sure he's still touching it. I don't think he knew that ball got away from Gavin Johnson. He came flying through there.
All of a sudden, Brookings in business here, Brayden. You look at, they went from 2 outs, nobody on. All of a sudden, they got a runner on second, probably a hit away from maybe putting something on the board here in the first inning.
Yeah, that's something Coach Lawrence has talked about for Yankton. Post 12 has fairly consistently the last couple of weeks found themselves in some first inning trouble, especially defensively. So Cottle, good chance to work out of that here. Only needs 1 out to strand that runner on. Cottle checks the lead runner at second, fires home the 1-0. In there for strike 1. It's a 1-1 count now to Plummer.
Plummer, a tall guy from up here. When sometimes you look down there and you go, whoa, that is a tall guy, and that's what you got with Plummer there at the plate at the 4 spot.
Yeah, I saw him warming up earlier. It was him and Tane Frederick warming up, taking stuff at first base. And Tane Frederick's not a short guy by any means, and Plummer was just towering. It's a 1-2 count here for Mark Cottle. Sometimes pitchers like that, though. Gives you more strike zone to work with. The 1-2, Plummer gets a piece of it, sends it out to right field, and a piece is still pretty deep into right field, but it's going to be gloved by Easton Fieser for out number 3. One runner gets to second, no hits in the inning for Brookings, but that base runner does get stranded. No errors, no runs. We head to the bottom of inning number 1. This inning break brought to you by Rise Fuel. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. When we come back, it's Breck Wilson on the mound for Brookings Post 74. Goki, Sheldon, Fieser. That's who's due up for Yankton. We're back in 1 minute. This is Post 12 Legion Baseball, KYNT, KYN-TV.
Tourism, it's a big deal in the Yankton area. I'm Nancy Winandy, CEO of Yankton Thrive. Over 1 million people visit our rivers, lakes, campsites, and trails. These visitors offer an incredible boost to our economy, adding tax dollars and helping our local businesses grow. So if you get stuck behind a vehicle from out of state, pulling a boat or a camper on a Friday afternoon, don't get upset. Instead, smile and extend a friendly wave and let them know we appreciate that they chose Yankton for their vacation.
Hey, why are you in the garage?
This storm is bad. I'm worried about the garage doors.
Come on, what could happen?
A lot. Hail could dent the doors. Like that. And high winds could bend the doors or even break them. Like that.
So when that happens, what happens?
You call Upper Midwest Garage Door.
Upper Midwest Garage Door offers reliable storm damage repair for residential and commercial doors. We're an authorized Clopay dealer serving eastern South Dakota. Visit us at uppermidwestgaragedoor.com.
Welcome back in here, KYNT, KYN-TV. Brayden Butler, Josh Poulter on the call for you today. And Josh, we talked about how they were lining up in the field before the top half of this inning, but how's Yankton coming to the plate here for the bottom of the first?
Yeah, taking a look at the post-12 lineup today, Samuel Goki, the DH, will be batting first. Batting second, the first baseman, Matthew Sheldon. Batting third, Easton Feaser out in right field. Batting fourth, the catcher, Gavin Johnson. Batting fifth, Beck Reichen, the shortstop. Batting sixth, out over in left field, is Trey Sager. Batting seventh, Tate Bestie, the second baseman. Batting eighth, Evan Sirk. And batting ninth, Easton Nelson.
Samuel Goki leading things off. Thank you there, Josh. And Goki, we mentioned, has not taken any at-bats in the Legion season, but he was the Class A Spring Club Baseball Player of the Year. Hit .441 in the spring. Had an on-base of .514 and an OPS of .998. Very good. Some would say the best in the state in Class A. 28 RBIs, 22 runs scored. It's a good bat to have back in the lineup and showing the patience here as well. He did draw 14 walks in the spring. He's got a 2-0 count on him now from Breck Wilson.
Like I said, showing the patience. Sometimes your first at-bat, you want to go swinging, but he's staying disciplined up there.
2-0 in there for a strike. Make it a 2-1 count now to Goki. Goki yet to take a cut at anything, just getting a feel for things. Hasn't seen live pitching in over a month. That one bounces away from Wilson there in the left-handed batter's box, and now 4 pitches, 3 for balls. And Goki still hasn't taken the bat off the shoulder.
A lot of times, if you're Wilson, when that happens, you're just holding on to the ball a little too long, and when you try to release it, it just goes straight in the ground like that.
Here's the 3-1 from Wilson. Ball 4. Goki takes first base. Welcome to the base path, Sam Goki. First time in the summer season for him.
Yeah, early base runner here for Yankton. That's big, and now we'll see what they decide to do on the base pass. We talked about how aggressive this team likes to be on the bags, and they got a good bat up here in Matthew Sheldon now at the plate.
Goki was tied for third on the team in stolen bases in the spring season with 8. He was tied with Tate Bestie. Beck Reichen led the team in the spring with 14. And I can switch back to the summer stats. It's an 0-1 count now to Matthew Sheldon after he takes strike 1.
And Sheldon batting .426 in 80 plate appearances so far this season.
And Sheldon almost was the reverse of Sam Goki in the first half of the year in the spring season for Yankton baseball. Missed the first couple series, came back early to mid-April. Here's the 1-1 outside for a ball to Sheldon. 2-1 count now from Wilson. I can tell you right now, it's a cloudy, overcast day, a lot cooler than it has been. I don't think any of these guys are going to be complaining. If they played this series on Saturday, they probably would have canceled the games with how warm it was this weekend.
Yeah, you know, it was one of those. It was extremely hot outside. And, you know, the only disadvantage that may be in colder is sometimes when the temperatures get a little colder, not like it's that cold, ball doesn't travel as well, but we'll see if that affects anything today.
Yeah, 72 degrees at first pitch. That one's in there for strike 2. It's a full count now to Matthew Sheldon. 72 degrees is good weather. Like, it's warm for 90% of the year. But then you think it's like a 35-degree difference from 2 days ago.
Yeah, and that can, you know, that can mess with people a little bit, and we'll see if it does in this game. I doubt it, but we'll see what happens. Throw over there.
Yeah, pickoff attempt not there in time as Goki slides back in safely. That's Frederick over there at first who's trying to apply the tag. Sheldon at the plate, Goki on first. Easton Fieser on deck, nobody out in the inning. Sheldon pops this one up the elevator shaft. That's up over our heads. We're set up right behind home plate here.
All of a sudden, this has turned into quite the duel here between Sheldon and Wilson over there on the mound.
Here's the 3-2. That one misses for a ball. Goki took off as well. It doesn't go into the books as a stolen base, but Goki's on second. Sheldon's on first after the back-to-back walks drawn for post 12.
Yeah, back-to-back walks, and, to quote Brad Pitt playing Billy Bean from Moneyball, I don't care if it's a hit or a walk, get on base, and that's key so far. 2 runners on here for Yankton with Easton Fieser at the plate.
The guy with some good pop in the back, too, can find a gap in the outfield to score that lead runner from second. Almost takes one off the shins there as that misses inside for Wilson, 1-0.
Yankton's doing a good job so far, Brayden, of getting up early in some of these counts. You've seen that here with these first few batters.
I think both Goki and Sheldon at one point were in 3-1 counts as Fieser slaps this one down the first base line, but that's out of play. Fieser, the lefty, set up. Pretty far back on the box. Has his foot basically on that back line. The 1-1 outside for a ball. 2-1 count now to Fieser.
One thing to note, the shortstop over there, Schneider, has moved all the way over, shifting as far as he can. There's a little bit of gap there if Fieser can find a way to put it there.
And Fieser sends this one into right field. That one's going to drift foul, though, down the right field line.
That's one of those where if you have a car parked over there, look out.
That's just a common occurrence for Easton Fieser. It feels like pulling balls down the right field line. He's got some good pop in that bat. 2-2 count now. Here's Wilson with the 2-2. Misses a touch high there. Maybe east or west as well, but mainly up in the zone there. 3-2 count now to Fieser. Yeah, another duel here. They're forcing this pitcher to work early on. Here's the 3-2. Fieser, chopper, steps on first. No, foul ball. They're going to say Frederick fielded it in foul territory. Home plate umpire gives Easton Fieser another life at the plate with that one.
Yeah, the ump's got a better eye than I do, Brayden. That's one of those. It was hit so fast that I thought couldn't really tell, but good eye there.
I gotta move more to my. I gotta scoot more to my left here in the booth. There's where these windows kind of meet is blocking first base where I was set up before. I wish you luck with that window if you're gonna try to get it open.
I'm gonna try in between innings. We're gonna wait.
Need a little WD-40 up here. Here's the 3-2 to Fieser. Another one down the right field line and out of play. That one, soft grounder.
Every time I hear WD-40, I think of the King of the Hill scene where he's trying to get his WD-40 can open and he can't, so he's got a little one where he sprays it. New season of that coming out this summer too.
Yeah, that is coming out. Here's the 3-2. Misses low. 3 straight walks drawn for Yankton. Loads the bases for Gavin Johnson.
Yeah, and Johnson in a good spot here. Bases loaded, no outs, 3 straight walks to start this inning. The catcher's got a chance here to put some runs on the board for post 12.
Looks like we're going to get our first mound visit of the day here. Just try to settle the nerves. Mound visits are brought to you by Kaiser Heating and Cooling. When it comes to heating and cooling, be the wiser and go with Kaiser. It's Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton. We've seen a couple foul balls as well this half inning, some battles at the plate. If a foul ball hits your windshield, you'll wish you'd seen Travis and Whitney Devine at Midwest Insurance. From auto and farm coverage to serious home protection, they've got you covered. Call 665-2389 or visit MidwestInsuranceYankton.com. It's one of my favorite ad reads. Just for, if a ball hits your windshield, you're going to want insurance.
Checks out to me.
Water's wet from the sound of it. First pitch, Gavin Johnson. He sends this one up. In foul territory, Bauer, the catcher, working his way underneath of it. And it looks like maybe a miscommunication there with the third baseman as well, as he and Bauer converged on that one and ends up dropping between them. That's Nolan Wagner there at third.
Yankton catching a bit of a break there, staying alive. Thought that was going to be a quick out, a good out there for Brookings to get in that situation. That way no one has a chance to advance, but Yankton catches a break there.
Sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good. And Johnson sends this one in the field of play, right center field. Right fielder working his way underneath of it. He'll glove it for out number 1. Taking off from third, coming home, Sam Goki. It's a sac fly, RBI. Goki's first run scored of the season. And Yankton's on top, 1-0.
Yeah, getting on the board here early, get that sac fly. You want to avoid any grounders in those situations, any double plays. But, yeah, right there, nice sac fly, and Yankton gets on the board early.
You know, Josh, peek behind the curtain here. I've thought about starting to do my stat sheet in pencil instead of pen in case I make mistakes. As Beck Reichen sends this one into left field. That's going to be a base hit. Rounding third, heading home, Matthew Sheldon might be a play at the plate. No throw. Sheldon slides through the baseball bat that was in the right-handed batter's box. He'll take that with him back to the dugout with another run for Yankton, an RBI single for Beck Reichen.
Yeah, nice hit there by Reichen. Sometimes it helps to just hit the ball really hard and put it in a spot, and he did that right there. And then Sheldon with the hustle to get another run across here for post 12.
I was bringing up using a pencil instead of pen is because I wrote down the sac fly RBI for Gavin Johnson in Beck Reichen's slot on my stat sheet, and then Beck immediately gets an RBI single into left field.
You should see me when I fill out some of those things. Sometimes I just kind of write it in a way that makes sense to me, not how it's actually supposed to be. So like you'll just see some random stuff on there sometimes.
So I like to make things up as I go along. It's a lot of fun. 2-0 count here to Trey Sager, the 6th hitter, playing left field today. Sager, where's the number 10? Takes strike 1 there. 2-1 count now to Sager.
And Sager hitting .265 on the season. He's got an OBP at .467. Good OPS, too. Healthy OPS at .787.
Here's the 2-1. Sager on the ground to the third baseman. Wagner up with it, steps on the bag, fires across the diamond in time. 5-3 double play ends the inning. But 2 runs do come across from Yankton on only 1 hit. No errors. 2-0 lead as we go to the top of inning number 2. That scoreboard update brought to you by SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, the go-to place for specialized wellness and therapy. Mark Cottle back on the mound when we come back. It's Antonin, Frederick, and Wagner due up for Brookings. Back in 1 minute. This is Post 12 Legion Baseball, KYNT, KYN-TV.
It's never a good time to find yourself stuck on the side of the road. When you do, call Gary's Towing, your trusted family-owned towing service serving the Yankton area for over 50 years. Whether it's light, medium, or heavy towing, they've got the right equipment and the experience to get you back on the road fast. Day or night, call Gary, Mike, or Mason, 665-4351. Gary's Towing, where experience means reliability.
Looking for your next leadership opportunity? Parker is looking for a second shift value stream team supervisor. If you've got leadership skills, manufacturing experience, and a drive to improve processes, this is your shot. Parker offers paid vacation and sick leave, 13 paid holidays, medical, dental, vision, supplemental, and paid life insurance. Guaranteed profit sharing and a fully matched 401k up to 5%, fully vested on day 1. Plus, a company paid retirement income account. Apply today at parker.com/careers.
Parker, engineering your success.
Love those little bumps. Let's go.
Welcome back in here, KYNT, KYN-TV. Mark Cottle into his 2nd inning of work on the mound. He'll face Tyson Antonin to lead things off. Tale of 2 halves of that first inning for the 2 pitchers. Mark Cottle, 4 up, 3 down through 12 pitches, 8 for strikes. Breck Wilson had to work a little harder for his 3 outs, 27 pitches thrown in the first inning for Wilson. First pitch of the second for Cottle's in there for strike 1. Cottle with the 0-1. That one misses the zone. Might have been going off speed there, a little front door breaking ball, but couldn't get it to bend. Cottle into his windup for the 1-1 home. In there for strike 2. Anton shakes his head as he steps out of the box. It's a 1-2 count to him now.
Sometimes just need a little reset, and I think that's what he's doing here. Down early in this count, and Kyle trying to put another guy away.
Here's the 1-2. Sends this one into left field. Sager's got to chase it, but it's actually going to be Beck Reichen from shortstop who gloves it. Over the shoulder catch. Looking like a wide receiver out there for Reichen. 1 up, 1 down to start the second inning.
Yeah, first out there. We do apologize for TV viewers. I just got a text message. Apparently our scoreboard says Aberdeen and not Brookings. He's giving you a heads up on that. So we are playing Brookings today. But just a note on that. So we welcome Tane Frederick to the plate. First pitch there from Mark Cottle is a ball outside to start the count. 1 out here in top of the second. For those of you just tuning in, Yankton leads 2-0. That pitch, a ball from Cottle low, make it 2-0 on Frederick. Frederick, the first baseman, batting in the 6th hole this afternoon. Here's the 2-0. That one hit out into center field, and getting underneath it is Evan Sirk. Makes the catch, gets the out for number 2 here in the second inning.
That should hopefully update between innings when the scoreboard kind of resets itself. Thanks for letting me know that.
Thank Jeff Bolter.
Thank you, Jeff Bolter.
That's what I got. Don't thank me. Thank Jeff Bolter. That's my dad, for anybody who doesn't know who Jeff Bolter is.
One of the best to ever do it, Jeff Bolter. That's what they say. It's me. I say that. It's a 1-0 count from Mark Cottle. Here's the first pitch. Misses for a ball to Nolan Wagner, the third baseman. Had an inning-ending double play out in the field just a few moments ago. Cottle fires the 2-0 home. That one misses the zone as well, and Wagner working the count well here, staying patient, not biting at anything outside the zone so far.
You know, and that's a big part of the game, just waiting for the right pitch, seeing something you like, and trying to get ahead in the count.
Cottle with the 3-0 ends up inside for ball 4. A 4-pitch walk from Cottle puts a base runner on with 2 out in the inning.
That's the second straight inning here to start where we've seen base runner get on for Brookings with 2 outs and see if they can try to take advantage of that. We saw them take off in that last inning and steal a bag, and Cottle was able to get out of that jam.
See what Jay Harris has here as he comes to the plate, batting in the 8th spot today, the right fielder. Cottle out of the stretch now. Stares into center field. Now fires home. First pitch in there for strike 1.
Yeah, there was some good movement on that ball on the off speed, getting the strike there to start the count.
Now I assume when Cottle looks back like that, he's looking for a signal from either a second baseman or a shortstop. But it's just funny to think about. There's nobody on second. He's just staring down the ghost runner, making sure he knows not to take off.
Watching him. Staring him down, saying, hey, not today.
A little bit of a break in the action here. I believe that's head coach Carter Roach. Not the greatest with faces. They wanted to talk to Harris down the third base line. Here's the 0-1 from Cottle. Harris slaps this one near the left side of the infield. Reichen up with it, fires across on the move, in time to first. Great play at shortstop by Beck Reichen. Ends the inning with the 6-3 putout. No hits, no runs, no errors. 1 runner gets left on base. Yankton back to the plate when we come back. This inning break brought to you by Rise Fuel. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. Yankton's up 2-0. Have a chance to add to it when we're back here on KYNT and KYN TV in 60 seconds.
Buying a home isn't just about real estate. It's about investing in yourself. At the Move Group, we believe the best time to buy is when it makes sense for you. Our expert agents put people before transactions, meaning we listen first, provide honest guidance, and help you make a confident decision. No pressure, no gimmicks. Markets change, but the right home is about more than just numbers. It's about finding the right fit for your life and your future. When you're ready, we're here to help. Contact the Move Group today.
That's you trying to fix the plumbing yourself to save a few bucks.
Doing things yourself doesn't always end well. The same goes for insurance. That's why Auto Owners works with local independent agents who tailor coverage to meet your needs and offer discounts for life, home, car, and business insurance. Because sometimes you need a professional to get the job done right. That's simple human sense.
Don't gamble. Insure with MT and RC Smith Insurance in Yankton, your independent agent for home, business, auto, life, and bonds. Visit mtrcsmithinsurance.com.
Welcome back in here, KYNT, KYN-TV. Tate Bestie to the plate. Continues to shun modern baseball technology by refusing to wear batting gloves.
I'm a fan of that, though.
Old school. That one misses outside for a ball. 1-0 count to Bestie to start things off.
Yankton's doing a good job of taking pitches so far. We saw 3 walks in that first inning, which really led to those couple runs in that first inning.
That one bounces in front of the plate there. Goes behind the end of the backstop for a 2-0 count now. And patience is something that Yankton's very good at. Coach Lawrence preaches fundamental baseball, and these guys are very, very good at staying patient, waiting for their pitch at the plate. That one is in there for strike 1, though. Here's the 2-1 to Bestie. Outside for a ball, make it a 3-1 count now.
And Bestie does have speeds, if he's able to get on.
Look out. 3-1 to Bestie. That bounces away for ball 4. Bestie takes first base. And that brings Evan Sirk to the plate now, batting out of the 8 spot.
And we talked about speed. Tate Bestie, 7 stolen bases this year. Evan Sirk at the plate. He's got 10 this season.
I believe he's the only guy in double digits as of right now. But I know Bestie was close. I believe Beck Reichen's close too. First pitch misses for a ball. 1-0 count to Sirk. Josh, you're familiar with the old internet meme of God gives his toughest battles to his strongest soldiers, and it's something that does not warrant being put on that pedestal.
Yeah.
It's me right now fighting the hiccups.
Oh, no, you have the hiccups? Oh.
We're fighting it over here.
Fighting.
1-1 over to first, not there in time on the pickoff attempt, but keeping Bestie near the bag. Thank you for sounding really concerned on that, by the way. It makes me feel better.
What do you want me to say? You got the hiccups? I don't care.
Here's Sirk. Hard shot to the first baseman. Up with it, Frederick. Over to second base. Schneider covering, but not there in time. Gets past the glove of Cooper Schneider. So Bestie able to advance to second. But it is a ground out to first base for Evan Sirk.
Positive spin for Yankton on that. You can look at that as a really elaborate way to get a bunt.
It's the most elaborate sacrifice. Easton Nelson now up to the dish. His first at-bat of the day, and he'll round out the batting order for Yankton. Top of the order, Sam Goki on deck. Matthew Sheldon is in the hole.
And Nelson with a really healthy OBP this season, sitting at 462. He does a really good job getting on base here, and base hit would probably bring Bestie across for a run.
First, check that. 1-0 pitch misses or hits the zone for a strike. Eventually I'll get there. Here's the 1-1. That one hits the zone for strike 2. Was it last night while we were in the PlayStation party? I just started running through names until I got to the right one. Yeah, I think I said.
Oh, yeah.
We were playing with Ahart and Tell. I was like, Ahart, Tell.
Somebody.
Bolt. Somebody. Whoever I'm talking
Anybody.
to. It's a 2-2 count now to Nelson after he takes a second ball there. Just got to start running down the line. It's what my grandma used to do when me and my cousins were at her house. She'd just start yelling until she got to the right cousin.
My parents do the same thing with my brother and I, even though they have a 50-50 chance.
You got a 50-50 chance.
And sometimes, my brother won't even be in the room, and they'll look at me and say Jake, and I'm like, what?
Full count here to Nelson. Payoff pitch. Misses the zone for a ball. It's a walk drawn by Easton Nelson. Another walk drawn for Yankton. They're 5th already in this one.
And what's big about that, you get 2 runners on, you flip it back to the top of the lineup. Samuel Goki up here. He did walk in his first at bat and has a chance to do damage here with one out in the bottom of the second.
I got a narrative that I'm thinking about in my head, and if Goki doesn't swing at a pitch here, it's going to continue to grow. Well, he already put that one to bed. But it's like one of those things where, I remember it's for the Dodgers. Can't remember his name. He wasn't cleared to swing the bat, but they just had him go up there and take pitches, get a feel for the game again in spring training. It's like, what if that's what they're doing with Goki? He's just getting up there and maybe walking, maybe not. We'll see what happens.
What's his name for the Dodgers?
That was one of their prospects had an injury, but here's one slapped into center field for a base knock. First base hit for Sam Goki. Then the summer season, and potentially the first RBI here coming home is Tate Bestie, and Easton Nelson gets all the way from first to third as well. Runners at the corners.
Yeah, another run there for Yankton, just a slap out into right field there from Samuel Goki, and Yankton added to their lead.
An RBI, base knock, and a walk drawn, and it's the second inning in his first game back, so good for Sam Goki so far. That one misses high from Wilson there. 1-0 count to Shelton to start things off.
And they did try to send Goki last inning. I wonder if they'll do that again here, try to avoid any type of double play ball or anything like that here. Don't be surprised if he takes off.
Especially after the first inning ended on a double play. Shelton's going to ground this one to the left side of the infield. Wagner up with it at third baseman. Doesn't have a play at second after a bobble, but still able to get the play at first. An RBI ground out there for Matthew Sheldon.
And errors have been the name of the game here so far in the second inning for Brookings. A couple bobbled the ball. Really the difference here where that had a chance to be a double play.
That could have been the inning ender, and it would have been Wagner again who contributed to it. He had that 5-3 double play to end the first inning. 4-0, Yankton now leads. Runner in scoring position, Goki on second base. Feeser now to the plate with 2 down. Goki takes off for third. Feeser takes that one inside, and Goki's going to slide in safely. No throw to third. A stolen base for Sam Goki, and the 5th run of the game, 90 feet away.
He got a good jump on that one there, Brayden, and like you said, now just 90 feet away from home plate.
Wilson comes home with the 1-0. Misses the zone there. It's a 2-0 count now to Easton Feeser. Wilson already nearing 50 pitches in this one. 47 according to Game Changer after that last one. Wilson fires home the 2-0. Feeser hit that one down the first base line and out of play. I think that ended up in the bleachers near the bullpen area.
Feeser's doing a good job making some good contact here. Hasn't been able to put it in play yet, but you've seen it on a couple of those foul balls where he's driving it hard.
2-1 to Feeser. Misses high and away for a ball. 3-1 count now. This is a good hitter count for Feeser. Looking for another RBI on the season. Gavin Johnson waits on deck. Wilson fires home. Feeser shot down the right field line into the bullpen area again. Feeser's pulled a lot of these balls foul down the right field line today. He just has to sit back that extra second or even maybe step forward in the box more. He is sitting all the way back. If he takes that extra step forward, he might barrel it up. This one, chopper, foul again in front of the first base dugout.
I think that one was hit harder even than the last one. Goes from a line drive to a little chop. Gotta love baseball and some of the little things like that.
Easton Feeser, the owner of one of the smoothest swings on the team. It's fun to watch back on replay. Here's the payoff pitch to him. Takes it inside for ball 4. Runners at the corners with 2 down for Gavin Johnson.
Like I said, Gavin Johnson now at the plate and runners on the corners and has a chance to add to this Yankton lead early. They're already up 4 here, Brayden, and doing a good job of getting the offense going early.
Looks like there is some action in the Brookings bullpen. So I should bring my binoculars so I can see the number on the front of the jersey. But if he turns around, the number is bigger on the back. First pitch to Gavin Johnson pops that one up over our heads and out of play. Does look like a single-digit number, and they only have one single-digit player that's available for for their substitutes. So I believe that's Ryan Lockram warming up, but nothing confirmed. 0-1 misses the zone for a ball. 1-1 count now to Johnson. Do you know this? Whoever's warming up is left-handed for Brookings. Here's the 2-1 home to Johnson. This one. Couple hops to the third baseman. Wagner up with it across the diamond. Good scoop at first by Frederick. Ends the inning. But 2 more runs come across for Yankton on only 1 hit. No errors recorded, and 1 runner ends up getting left on. Check that. 2 runners end up getting left on. Yankton leads 4-0 as we head to the top of inning number 3. That scoreboard update brought to you by SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, the go-to place for specialized wellness and therapy. Mark Cottle back on the mound on weak ball. KYNT, KYNTV. We're back in 1 minute.
Does anyone in your family have macular degeneration? At Vision Care Associates, we are dedicated to delivering the highest standard of eye care, utilizing the latest medical advancements to protect and improve your vision. That's why we offer ZX Pro, a new technology that measures the risk for macular degeneration. ZX Pro is a test used to assess macular health before signs of macular degeneration even begin. Be proactive and schedule an appointment.
Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first.
This is the sound of grilling season. It's time to get back to cookouts, to gathering with friends and family, and making memories. And with Hy-Vee's lower prices on thousands of items all over the store, you can still get the best quality meat and everything else you need for your barbecues at prices that will make you smile. Get back to grilling for less, with a little help from Hy-Vee.
Welcome back in here, KYNT, KYNTV. Gavin Johnson, the catcher, coming out of the dugout now with his gear on. Johnson was the last out of the inning.
That's something as a catcher. I never played catcher, but that's one thing I would imagine I would hate. You're the last batter of an inning, and then you got to go in and put all the gear on.
It was even worse. I can speak from experience. I was the catcher in 4th grade. First of all, nobody could spot a pitch in the 4th grade. I spent a lot of time diving for things in the left-handed batter's box. Here's the first pitch from Mark Cottle, high for a ball, 1-0 count. But second of all, yeah, when you end the inning as the batter, and then you have to go put the gear on, and then also you're in 4th grade and nobody wants to help you. You'd walk out looking like your mom wrapped you in bubble wrap.
Kind of walking like this. Nobody can see me walking, so I don't know why I'm doing it, but
I do want to shout out to my little league coach. I can't remember one of their names. It was Coach Kleagle, and it was Brian Paxson, were my 2 coaches in Little League. And one of them invested in knee savers for the catcher. That
nice.
was great for my young knees.
You're over here complaining about they didn't help you, but they got you knee savers.
Gavin Johnson, no knee savers for him behind the plate as that one's fouled off for a 2-2 count now.
Cottle pitching well here so far, Brayden. Giving up a couple walks, but hasn't given up a hit yet. And
there by Collar, but not able to beat the throw from Riken.
You know your play-by-play guy's a real baseball fan when I say hasn't given up a hit yet, and he just goes.
Just knocks on
the table here. That's how you know. Baseball fans are just naturally superstitious. And
it's real.
Any other sport, no. Baseball, 100%.
If I walk under a ladder, if I smash a mirror, that's nothing. But if I bring up something the pitcher's doing really well, it is my fault when it does not work later.
100%.
1-0 count here to Trey Christofferson. Back to the top of the order for Brookings. It's a 1-1 count if that one hits the zone. 1 ball, 1 strike. Number 1 on the back for Christofferson, and he's the 1-spot hitter. That one missed outside for a ball. 2-1 count now from Cottle.
How about Beck Riken over at short there today, Brayden? He's made a couple nice plays with the glove.
Yeah, he's been a consistent force all season long. As here's a couple hops over to the first baseman, Sheldon, up with it. 3 unassisted in the scorebook for the out. You know, Beck Riken's been just a steady force, working usually on the left side of the infield, whether he's at third base or shortstop.
You know, one thing we didn't get a chance to. How often do you see that?
Yeah, Wagner with a 5-3 double play, just being able to step on third base. You don't see those too often, no. We've seen some interesting double plays here, though, at Riverside Field. My favorite so far has been the 8-3 double play, where the guy takes off from first base on a fly ball to center field. Center fielder gloves it and gets back to first base before he can get there.
I just love doing the quick math in my head. I'm okay. 8-8 center field. Gotcha.
2-0 count here to Bauer from Cottle after the first two pitches have been outside of the zone. Cottle with the 2-0. That one just missed the zone as well, and Bauer's worked into a 3-0 count. And tell me if you've heard this one before, Josh. So used to calling you Bolt in our friend group, but first two batters out in the inning, and the third batter potentially looking at a free base. And he will take it. It's now 3 innings in a row. Cottle's got the first two batters, 2 up, 2 down, and then a hit by pitch, a walk, and then a walk now again. Third batter in each inning has been on for Brookings, but they've all been stranded so far.
Yeah, and Cottle's doing a good job after giving up that walk, at least doing it with 2 outs there, and you got a chance to get that out right here and end the inning.
I'm just a big fan of patterns.
Big pattern guy?
I watched a lot of those little Einstein sensory videos when I was a kid.
Okay.
Yeah. My parents thought those would make me smarter.
How'd that work out for you?
Got a 31 on the ACT.
There you go.
Or is it the SAT? Which one do we take in Iowa?
ACT.
We take the ACT, yeah. The SAT, if you get a 31, that's bad. ACT, you get a 31, it's good. Here's the 0-1 from Cottle. Sent into left center field. Sert ranging to his right, gets underneath of it, and gloves it for out number 3. Sorry about that for a second on KYN TV. Our screen went black for a second. Looks like everything's back to normal now, but Cooper Schneider flies out to center field to end the third inning. No hits, no runs, no errors. 1 runner gets left on the base. We go ahead to the bottom of inning number 3 here on KYNT and KYN TV. This inning break brought to you by Rise Fuel. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. We're back with the Yankton Bats in 60 seconds. This is Post 12 Legion Baseball. KYNT, KYN TV.
When the summer heat is on, make sure your cooling system is up to the challenge. Kaiser Heating and Cooling has the right solution for your home or business, whether it's a high-efficiency air conditioner, geothermal system, or reliable heat pump unit. For over 77 years, we've been keeping Yankton cool with expert installation and service. Don't sweat this summer. Stay comfortable all season long with Kaiser Heating and Cooling, Yankton's most trusted heating and cooling professionals.
Look at all the pictures of the resort you'd stay in every year. All you need to do is pay reasonable maintenance fees once a year. With any contract that you're signing, read and understand everything. What happens if you cancel? Can you get out of this contract? If you feel pushed into signing the contract, you need to stop and take a step back. If you have questions, 1986.
Welcome back in here, KYNT, KYN TV. We're heading to the bottom of inning number 3. Breck Wilson still on the mound here for Brookings as we go to the third. Beck Reichen to lead things off. Trey Sager on deck. Tate Bestie in the hole. That's the 3-batter minimum for this half inning. And Reichen, 2-hopper. Oh, ends up taking a bad bounce over the shoulder of Wagner. I think he bounced higher than he expected it to. Most likely going to be ruled an error, but Reichen.
But either way, 2 at-bats, on base twice.
I believe they do officially rule that an error on Wagner. I just realized our crowd mic hasn't been on all game, Josh. I don't usually run this board.
I've had to do it a few times. It's getting used to it.
Here's a shot into left field, another base knock. Trey Sager with a single. Reichen takes the turn at second, but he'll scurry back to the bag. Runners on first and second now for Post 12, with Tate Bestie coming to the plate.
Yeah, and Yankton, each of these innings is doing a good job of getting runners on early. You see it there with 2 knocks over to the left side. They're over by third base, 1 an error, 1 just a hit. And all of a sudden, Yankton in business once again with some good speed on the bases as well.
Yankton's batters have really been on the front foot against Wilson so far tonight. You've seen when they've been able to put the ball in play as Bestie shows bunt and pulls back for ball 1. It's usually been pulled for right-handed hitters to the left side of the field, for left-handed hitters to the right side of the field so far.
And Schneider coming way up, looking at that bunt attempt over at first.
Bestie gets this one down, back to the pitcher, Wilson. No play anywhere but first base. Over there in time, but a little sack bunt moves 2 runners into scoring position.
That's big right there. Advance both those runners. A hit here from Cirque would probably score both. Sack fly at least brings him.
Nelson on deck, top of the order. Sam Goki's in the hole. First pitch just misses the zone for a 1-0 count to Cirque. Yankton leads 4-0 here, bottom of inning number 3. 2 runners have come across in each of the first 2 innings for post 12. If Cirque finds a gap, that trend could continue here for Yankton. It is a 2-0 count now to Cirque.
Both those pitches inside, too, to start the count.
(2-0) inside as well and low, almost off the shoe tops of Cirque there. 3-0 count now. Usually this is a red light for post 12, but Drew Lawrence has given a couple green lights in these situations in the past.
Cirque here and trying to go for the double play ball, potentially. There is an open bag at first.
Wilson, whether it's by design or not, leaves that one too far inside for ball 4.
And with that, you also have an automatic out over at home plate as well. You know, if something, get a short ground or something like that, you can try to make the play at home. So now there's options for Brookings to get out of this, but either way, bases loaded with only 1 out with Easton Nelson up to bat.
Silver lining straight from the playbook of Josh Bolter right there.
Nice.
Nelson swings through that first pitch. He wanted to bring some runs in with that one.
You know, the first time I saw that movie, I thought it was going to be like a full-blown like sports romantic comedy, and it kind of was, but like it also wasn't.
See how many.
It kind of was, but like it also wasn't.
See how many listeners have watched Silver Linings Playbook here. Here's the 0-1. Fouled away by Nelson. 0-2 count now to him.
Nelson here in an early hole.
This is a good confidence builder for Wilson if he's able to battle out of this and get 2 down now in the inning.
Nelson really choking up on the bat here.
This one, chopped foul by Nelson. It's going to roll near the third base dugout.
You'll see some players do that with 2 strikes, just trying to put in play. Guys that come to my mind in baseball, both Yankees and Cubs guys, Cody Bellinger, Anthony Rizzo like to do that a lot.
Here's the 0-2 to Nelson. Tough take on that one. 1-2 count, and the ball misses. That I'll always appreciate. If it's outside, they will say ball outside. And our mic will pick it up every now and then.
Let you know exactly what they're calling and why they're calling it.
The 1-2 from Nelson. This one's sent into right field. If it drops, it could score. If it's gloved, it might score one as well. Runner coming home from third. Throw in. Play at the plate. Not in time. Sack fly RBI. Easton Nelson scores Beck Reichen for the 5th run of the game for post 12.
And that was big for Nelson there. You can record an out on that. You just can't put it on the ground. You can't have a strikeout. He did a good job there putting it in play and giving the runner from third a chance to get home and add another run here for post 12.
Heads up base running by Trey Sager as well. With that throw coming into home plate, he gets from second to third on the sac fly.
Once again with Cirque over there, 10 stolen bags on the year. You wonder if he'll try to take here, get to second, and get another runner in scoring position.
Sam Goki to the plate. First pitch to him. Inside for a ball. 1-0 count to Goki, the designated hitter today for Yankton. Impressive spring season, to say the least. I'm going to keep talking about it. You get named Class A Player of the Year. First time getting to see him in the summer season.
And had that nice RBI single in the second.
1-0 send out to right field. That one's toeing the line. Right fielder is going to let it drop. 1 run comes across. Goki turning for second. They're sending the second runner home from third, and that is 2 RBIs on the double for Sam Goki. Cirque and Sager score. Welcome back, Sam Goki.
Playing like he never left. Big hit there right in that corner over in right field. Adds 2 for post 12.
That's the bottom of inning number 3. Yankton leads 7-0. Josh, here's Sam Goki's stats so far. 3 RBIs, 2 hits, a run scored, a walk, and a stolen base.
Yeah, and that's big. He's been great, 2 for 2 with a walk and playing really well in his first game of this summer season.
I bet Post 12's happy he's back out there, that's for sure. The 0-1 from to Sheldon popped up and out of play.
Big NBA news. Kristaps Porzingis just got traded.
Where'd he go?
Hold on. It's a 3-team trade. He's going to the Hawks. Terrence Mann.
Trae Young gets his man.
Terrence Mann going to the Nets. And this is why I was laughing. Georges Niang to the Celtics. It's a lot of our friends are Iowa State fans, and there's a rivalry there. Georges Niang said Iowa State player. It's a long story.
Oh, there's a lot of lore there. The Celtics fan in the group has been hard on George Niang in the past. That is hilarious. Rips that one into left center field. That one is going to be gloved, though, in center. Good track out there in the outfield for out number 3. Sheldon probably feels he got robbed on that one. Collar taking it right out of his back pocket for out number 3. 3 runs do come across, though, for Yankton. They now lead 7-0 heading to the top of inning number 4. That scoreboard update brought to you by SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, the go-to place for specialized wellness and therapy. Mark Cottle back on the mound when we come back in 60 seconds. This is Post 12 Legion Baseball, KYNT, KYN-TV.
A local business into the UPS store with a large shipment of products for his online store. While they packed everything securely, he asked if they could also handle the international shipping. The answer? Of course they can. For over 9 years, the UPS store in Yankton has been helping business owners with both their printing and shipping needs. Whether you're sending a package across town or across the globe, they've got you covered. So stop by the UPS store in Yankton and ask them about their shipping services or current print specials.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
Welcome back here, KYNT, KYN-TV, top of inning number 4. Yankton leads 7-0 in the opening game of our doubleheader. Winston Plummer gets his his second crack to change that here in the 4th inning. Flew out to right field to end the 1st. Mark Cottle into his 4th inning of work on the mound, has pitched well. 1-0 pitch, misses the zone as well. 2-0 count now to Plummer. It's Plummer, Antonin, and Frederick, the 3-batter minimum this half inning for Brookings.
Just trying to get something going here with the bats down early as that one's driven out to right field. Right center, I should say.
Deep into right center on the warning track and just past the glove of Easton Feeser. Winston Plummer digging for 2. A leadoff double for the designated hitter. Earning his namesake there, sending that one to right center.
And the first hit of the day for Brookings as well on that double from Plummer.
Don't know why I knocked on that one too, but good hit there for Plummer. It's exactly what Brookings needed. Feeser got close to tracking that one down too in right center. That was just a perfectly placed shot from Plummer. Split the gap between Feeser and Sirk. First pitch misses for a ball to Tyson Antonin. Popped out to the shortstop to start the 2nd inning of play. If memory serves me right, that was Riken backtracking into the outfield to get that one over the shoulder. The 1-0 misses the zone for ball 2 to Antonin. Here's the 2-0 home. This one popped up in the infield. Antonin upset with himself on that one. It's going to be gloved by Bestie at second for out number 1.
Yeah, nice job from Cottle there to get that pop out. You know, start with a little bit of early trouble there. Had the double to start the inning. 2-0 count there. You can get yourself into a pickle real fast with things like that. And did a good job there of getting the pop out and getting a quick out.
Third batter to the plate this inning, Tane Frederick. Frederick takes that one low for a ball. 1-0 count to him. Plummer after the first hit, not the first base runner. Brookings has had a base runner every inning so far. The 1-0, Frederick started to go around but held up. 2-0 count now to the Brookings first baseman.
The thing I love about games like this where there's cloudy skies, you can already say the lights are on here at Riverside Field. Love seeing that. Just always looks nice.
I know from where I live, I can see the lights at night, so it's oh, there's a game going on out there. Let's see what's happening. 3-0 in there for a strike to Tane Frederick. Make it a 3-1 count now. Looks like we're not the only game happening down here at Riverside. I believe there's a softball game going on over there at the other field here at Riverside.
I did not realize that when I parked my car over there.
Yeah, it looks like a little league game. I don't think they're going to hit a bomb into your car in the parking lot in left field.
If they
do, get her called up immediately.
Say if they have like the little league softball version of like Aaron Judge or Shohei Ohtani over there, I am in trouble. This is gonna sound bad. Who is the windshield sponsor again? I'm gonna need that number.
If a foul ball goes through your windshield, you're going to need to call Midwest Insurance Agency. That's Travis and Whitney Devine at Midwest Insurance. For your auto and farm coverage to Sirius Home Protection, they've got you covered. Foul balls are brought to you by Midwest Insurance Agency. First pitch in there for a strike. This is the fourth batter Mark Cottle has faced this inning, and if the trend continues, this will be the last batter he faces somehow.
Looking for a double play, maybe.
Through the first 3 innings, Cottle, no more, no less, has faced 4 batters in each inning.
Couple strikes here to start this at-bat. Needed trying to get this second out.
This is a perfect setup for Cottle to try to induce that double play ball, too. Doesn't need to go in the zone here on this pitch or even the next one with an 0-2 lead in the count. Cottle goes outside the zone, trying to induce some contact there, but it's a 1-2 counter. Wagner takes it for ball 1.
I'm trying to get Wagner to chase there. He did walk in his lone plate appearance so far.
Here's the 1-2 home from Cottle. Wagner chops that one at his third base coach, Carter Roach, and that one actually gets out of the field of play. It's near the batting cage over there. Found a gap in the fence. One, two, part 2 as Cottle comes set on the mound. Plummer leading off a second, Frederick on first. The 1-2 home from Cottle. Wagner, soft pop over the head of Bestie. It's going to fall into the outfield for a base hit, but Plummer had to stay near the bag at second base so he didn't get doubled up. So no runs come home, but the bases are loaded with 1 out.
And that's key there. I think just the slow pop on that held Plummer at second, like you said. And Kyle still has a chance to get out of this, but really in trouble here for the first time in this game.
Go back to the silver linings. Josh Bolter forcing any bag now, too, with a double play on the board. That one fouled back into the backstop by Jay Harris. Grounded out to the shortstop in his lone at-bat so far.
For Brookings in this game.
Cottle fires home. Gets it past him for strike 2. Swinging. Harris finds himself in a hole now.
Brayden Frederick getting a big lead over there on second.
Yeah, nobody really holding him there, so if Harris is able to get one into the outfield, the lead and even the secondary lead Frederick's getting, they could score 2. That one misses low. Good block behind the plate by Gavin Johnson. Keeps that one in front of him. Blocks like that are brought to you by H&R Block, open year-round, providing bookkeeping, payroll, and tax services. They're located in the Yankton Plaza. Call 605-665-3366. Here's Cottle firing home. High chopper left side of the infield. Nelson goes home for the force out at home. No play at first, but the lead run, 5-2 put out for the second out of the inning.
And that was big right there. Obviously, you get that grounder over to third, slow hop, and then quick throw over to home, get that second out of the inning, and now Cottle 1 out away from getting out of this jam.
Base is still loaded here for John Kaler. Caller, hold on. Now I'm second guessing myself on the pronunciation.
Hey, here we go, John. Come on, bud. Break the bat with a little bit.
John's at the plate. 1-0. That one's in there for strike one. It's a 1-1 count. Here's the 1-1 from Cottle. Fouled back into the net. It's a 1-2 count now, and Mark Cottle 1 pitch away from working out of this jam.
Like I said, 1 pitch away, and that's a sign of an ace here for a team. If you can get out of a jam like this, like I said, 1 pitch away from doing it.
Here's the 1-2 from Cottle. Bounces in the left-handed batter's box, but another good block behind the plate by Gavin Johnson keeps the runners where they are.
And that was by design all the way. I mean, Johnson was over in that left side batter's box trying to get Collar to swing on that breaking ball to no avail.
Yeah, Johnson sets up outside again for that one, but now the count's gone full, and you need a perfect pitch here from Mark Cottle. Runners are all moving on the 3-2. Strike 3 looking. You're as cold as ice. Mark Cottle getting out of the inning with the punch out. No runs come across. 3 runners get stranded on the base paths. Yankton still leads 7-0 as we head to the bottom of the 4th. This inning break brought to you by Rise Fuel. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. New pitcher on the mound for Brookings. We'll talk more about him when we come back. This is Yankton Post 12 Legion Baseball. KYNT, KYN-TV, back in 1 minute.
School may be out for summer, but now is the time to get your child's school and sports physicals. Beat the last-minute rush. Schedule your kindergarten physical and necessary vaccines, 6th grade physical and required vaccines, and for those entering 7th and 10th grade, your high school sports physical. Yankton Medical Clinic makes it easier than ever with online scheduling available 24/7 or call today. School's out for summer, but let Yankton Medical Clinic help you stay ahead of the game by getting your school physicals now. So much care, so close to home.
Buying your first home? That's a big moment. A happy, feel-good, when's the housewarming party moment. When you're ready to look for a home, start with a local FNBO mortgage lender. We're here to answer questions, personalize the experience, and share our expertise so you can focus on your search. Start your application and get pre-qualified now at fnbo.com. Your mortgage moment is just around the corner, and FNBO will be there every step. Visit our nearest branch or go to fnbo.com. FNBO is an equal housing lender.
Ryan Lockram on the mound, the left-hander. Coming in after 3 innings of work for the starter, Breck Wilson.
A little bit of a different look here, and there might be a bit of a strategy to this as well. Lefty at the plate in Feeser, go with that lefty-lefty matchup. That one low and outside for a ball to start this 4th inning here.
First pitch of the day for Lockram, as you mentioned, missed outside the zone. Final stats here on the day for Breck Wilson. 3 innings pitched, 76 pitches, 37 for strikes, 4 hits, 7 runs, 4 earned as Feeser rips this one into left field for a leadoff single.
Ripped it indeed. That one was on a rope and gets a nice base hit here to start the 4th.
Easton, I'm trying to read stats, man. Calm down.
You go down there, Easton, and look, man, nice hit. But
Nice
I'm
hit.
in the middle. I'm in the middle of a thing.
But if you cut me off again, no, I'm kidding.
Don't do it again.
7 runs, 4 earned for Wilson, 7 walks, no strikeouts over 3 innings. Those are his final stats on the day. Lockram, the lefty, delivers and is sent out into left field, but foul, rattles off the bullpen area. Base paths, he's got more speed than maybe people expect as a power threat at the plate. He could take off for second, put himself in scoring position. The 1-2 count.
I wonder if Lockram will maybe go something low off speed here, trying to get Johnson to chase and get the strikeout.
Here's the 1-2 chop foul. They'll do it again. Update that everybody cares about in our friend group, Josh. The Celtics fan who hates George Niang
is in fact having a meltdown.
Has discovered the trade. Wins and losses for him. George Niang's on his team. Take that how you will. But they're under the second apron now.
Oh, was that one ripped by Johnson, Brayden, for another base hit here.
Yeah, right back up the middle over the left shoulder, basically, of Lockram on the mound. And station to station go post 12. Feeser on second now in scoring position for Beck Reichen at the plate.
I understand some of the ideas with the second apron, but there's flaws in that where, like, a team like the Celtics or the Thunder who have built their team to the draft and done it what people consider to be, in air quotes, the right way, a lot of times you're going to have to see players that they drafted, they're just going to have to eventually move on from. But
yeah, a big rumor this summer was would they have to trade Jaylen Brown out of Boston, which sounds like now that they're under that apron, they don't need to, but it's one of those ideas that's good in theory, and then it's in execution for a couple years, and you go, oh, we need to fix this.
But also get rid of the Thunder team, then do it. Sorry,
also, they should
break
break up the Thunder.
Yeah.
No. Here's the 0-1. Another shot into center field. Another base hit. This time it belongs to Beck Reichen. Feeser turns at third, heading home. 8-0. Yankton leads an RBI single for Beck Reichen.
Nice couple singles, or trio of singles here to start this fourth inning, and another run for Yankton. Brayden, this offense is firing on all cylinders today.
And it's been top to bottom. There's not a single guy in this roster that's not pulling his weight right now on the base paths. Everybody for Yankton has gotten on base one way or another.
We talk about that. Trey Sager at the plate. He's got a base hit and a run this game, and look to continue his nice day at the plate.
Kind of cocked his head at that one as it's called strike. I think he was more upset with himself than the call. Here's the 0-1 to Sager. Takes that one for ball one. It's a 1-1 count now to the Yankton left fielder. Yankton is a team in this one. 8 runs on 7 hits, 7 walks drawn as well. No strikeouts as a team, so being disciplined at the plate. Fouled back into the glove there by Sager. It's a 1-2 count now.
Sager stepping out, taking a couple practice swings. See what we can do here, down 2 strikes.
Here's the 1-2 to Sager. This one popped up. Potentially playable, but Frederick will pull up as that goes out of play.
You get a whole $1 here for a foul ball.
What if I told you it was 2 for a little bit?
What am I doing in the booth? I can get so many dollars.
Funny enough, this is a conversation Bryce and I had one time too. What are we doing here? We'd make more money getting foul balls. No, I'm kidding. Here's the 1-2. Strike 3 called. Sager takes it on the outer part of the plate. He's sat down. The first punch out of the day for Brookings belongs to Ryan Lockram.
Now batting number 25.
Nice there pitch for Lockram. He really needed that. Brayden, after giving up a few hits here to start the inning, gets a quick strikeout there, and all of a sudden a couple outs away, maybe a ground ball away from getting out of this inning.
Bestie, a walk, a run scored, and I have it written down as a sack bunt. I don't know if that's officially we got it ruled as, but did bunt to advance some runners earlier on, got thrown out at first base. He's down 0-1 in the count after the first pitch strike from Lockram. Bestie on the 0-1 into right field. That one's going to fall. They're going to send the runner from second home as well. No play at the plate. Frederick cuts it off. Runners at the corners. An RBI single for Besties. Gavin Johnson comes around to score.
Yeah, and really just good baseball here, Brayden. You know, you're seeing a lot of singles, advancing runners from second to get to home, and seen that a few times this inning. And Yankton doing a good job of running the base paths there again and add another run.
And something that just clicked for me there, watching him come home. No courtesy runner this time for Gavin Johnson. Usually the catcher gets a courtesy runner, but letting him run for himself today. Yankton leading 9-0 with Evan Cirk now at the plate.
Oh, so we have been told by sources that it's $2 foul balls for weekend tournament games.
Okay.
That's what my source is telling me.
Who are your sources?
I don't give away my sources. I'm a newsman.
Come on. Does it rhyme with Bave Benzer?
Maybe.
Runner takes off for second. Throw down, not in time, and gets away from the guy covering the bag. Run's going to come home from third as well. Reichen scores, and Bestie scoots to third base. Yankton now on top 10-0. And that's the magic number here. If Yankton gets 3 outs without allowing a run now in the top of the next inning, the game's over for our opening half of the doubleheader.
And that's nice for Yankton in the sense of you save some arms, game 2, and then we talked about 2 more games on Thursday. That'd be big.
Here's the 0-2 from Lockram. Cirque pops this one up, shallow left field. Actually going to stay in the infield. Wind might have kept that in a little bit.
Now batting number 4, Easton Nelson.
So they pop out to the shortstop Schneider as Easton Nelson comes to the plate. 10-0 Yankton leads here, game number 1. Nelson a walk, a run scored, a sac fly RBI. So 0 for 0 on the day, but is literally responsible for 2 runs. His own and then the one he brought in. 0-1 count to him to start things after a first pitch strike from Lockram. 0-1 fires home. Nelson fouls that one back into the net. Lockram set on the mound for the 0-2. Fires home to Nelson. Leaves that one high for a ball up around the eyes. It's a 1-2 count now to the 9-hole hitter. Sam Goki on deck. Matthew Sheldon in the hole. This is almost a Deuces Wild situation, Josh Bolter. I'll have to explain that joke to you between innings. Here's the 2-2. This is high for a ball. 3-2 count now. Full count to Nelson, battling back after going down 0-2 to start the count.
Taking some tough pitches and staying alive in this at-bat.
Here's the payoff pitch home from Lockram. Swung through it there. Lockram able to beat him. The punch out ends the inning, but not before 3 runs come across for Yankton. 10-0 your new score. Yankton on top, and with run rule potentially in effect, 3 outs away from ending game 1. They can't allow any runs, though, if they want that to be the case. We're back in 1 minute. That scoreboard update was brought to you by Squat Chiropractic and Rehab, the go-to place for specialized wellness and therapy. This is Post-12 Legion Baseball, KYNT, KYN-TV. Mark Cottle back on the mound when we're back in a minute.
Are you on track to retire? I'm Adam Walter, a certified financial planner with Vantage Financial, born and raised in Yankton, South Dakota. My team and I pride ourselves on building trust through clear, honest advice tailored to your unique goals. From retirement planning to smart tax strategies, we'll create a personalized plan to help you feel confident and secure about your financial future. Visit vfplanning.com or Adam Walter, Vantage Financial, to schedule a 15-minute call today.
Vantage Financial Partners is a registered investment advisor. SEC registration does not constitute an endorsement of Vantage by the SEC, nor does it indicate that Vantage has attained a particular level of skill or ability.
Buying a home isn't just about real estate. It's about investing in yourself. At the Move Group, we believe the best time to buy is when it makes sense for you. Our expert agents put people before transactions, meaning we listen for just numbers. It's about finding the right fit for your life and your future. When you're ready, we're here to help. Contact the Move Group today.
Move with Mason.
Top of the order to lead things off for Brookings as we come back. Trey Christopherson, Jace Bauer, Cooper Schneider all due up this inning for Brookings. First pitch from Mark Cottle into his 5th inning of work. Misses for ball 1.
And Cottle just 3 outs away from ending this one if he can pitch another shutout inning here.
Cottle so far today, through the first 4 innings, had 66 pitches, 2 hits given up, no runs, 2 strikeouts, 3 walks.
And that pitch count, a relatively healthy spot here in the 5th inning, but let's get trying to end this one as that bounces in front of the plate there for ball 2.
That's a 2-1 count here from Cottle to the left-hander Christopherson. This is game 1 of our doubleheader. First pitch was right around 5 p.m. for this game. 2-1, sent into center field. Cirque gets underneath of it. One center fielder flies. No, check that. Christopherson's playing left. Thought he was playing center. My bad. One outfielder flies out to another for out number 1.
And I thought for a second there that one was going to stop or drop for Christopherson, but it just kind of kept carrying there, Brayden, and Evan Cirque comes up and makes the catch.
The reason that baseball has a love-hate relationship sometimes is you do everything right. You get good contact on it, you send it into the outfield. As here's a 2-hopper to the shortstop. Riken up with it across the diamond in time. 2 up, 2 down to start things. But going back to Christopherson's fly out to center field, you look like you're doing everything right on that play. Good contact. It's going into the outfield. It's got that late drop on it, so you think it's going to fall in front of the center fielder, and it just ends up in his glove.
And going over to that last play over at short, Beck Reich can set himself a really good day, Brayden. A couple nice plays defensively. He's also got 2 hits and 2 ribbies today as well.
Yeah, Beck Reichen's a guy where no matter where I see him line up in the infield, he's just a steady guy. A guy you want playing baseball on your team, that's for sure. 0-1 count to start things here to Cooper Schneider. Here's the 0-1. Schneider into left center field. Sert getting underneath of it. Long run. He's going to let it drop just in front of him. Had a chance to end the game there, but just couldn't get up to it in time. Runner on with the 2-out.
Double in his last plate appearance here, trying to keep this game alive. If he's able to drive one like he did last inning, maybe get something on the board here for Brookings. Really drove one out into right center in that last at bat.
Yeah, 1 hop off the warning track into the fence. 0-1 inside, almost clipped Plummer on that one.
And that was just a breaking ball that didn't really break.
Yeah, the front door breaking ball is something I see a lot of pitchers use for post 12. I don't know if that's part of just their coaching game plan or if one guy it works for so everybody tries it. 2-0 count now as that one missed the zone as well to Plummer. Cottle checks the runner at first as he comes set on the mound. Fires home the 2-0. Plummer up and over our heads, out of play.
Remember to bring those foul balls down to the concession stand for $1.
Schneider's got a sliding mitt on over there at first. We never had those back when I was playing baseball. Kids these days get all the new technology.
Yes, they do.
Here's the 2-1 home. Misses the zone low for a ball. 3-1 count now to Plummer. But now he's definitely going back to the bag. But a 2-out single, back-to-back 2-out singles, put 2 on for Brookings.
Yeah, flirting here, maybe trying to get a run here late in this one and try to keep it in to the bottom of the 5th for Brookings. And Plummer's had a really good day at the plate, the designated hitter, Brayden. He's got a double and a single, 2 hits today of those 4 hits for Brookings.
Looks like he's going to get a courtesy runner at first base for him as well. That's Max Jensen coming in to run. So 2 runners on here for Tyson Antonin. 2 down in the inning. Antonin, 2 pop-outs, both to infielders. Popped out to the shortstop in the 2nd inning and the second baseman in the 4th inning. Somebody's walking around the concourse in cleats right now. Here's the first pitch home from Cottle. Misses the zone for ball 1. Cottle comes set again. Checks the runner at second. Fires home the 1-0. That one's in there for a strike. 1-1 count now. Cottle trying to work out of this 2-runner on jam. The 1-1 in there for strike 2. Post 74 potentially down to their last strike of game number 1. 10-0 Yankton leads, top of inning number 5. The rule is 10 after 5. Cottle checks the runner twice. The 1-2 home, outside for a ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down in the inning with 2 runners on. And Josh, we just joked about it between innings. This is Deuced Wild.
Yeah, Deuce is wild right here. And now Cottle trying to break that and get strike 3 and end this one.
I don't have many gimmicks, Josh, but that's one of them. Here's the 2-2 home. Inside for a ball. 3-2 count now. Definition of a payoff pitch coming up here for Cottle. Three-two home. Antonin pops this one up behind first base. Sheldon gets underneath of it and gloves it for out number 3. No runs come across in the top half of the 5th for Brookings. And that should be 10 runs after 5 here for game number 1 of our doubleheader. It is. Yankton takes game number 1 against Brookings post 74, 10-0 here, improving to 17-6 overall this season. While Brookings falls to 11-9. We're going to take a break, come back, and start our post-game report here on KYNT and KYN-TV in a couple minutes. Post 12 takes game 1 of our doubleheader. 10.
Breast health by getting a mammogram every year starting at age 40. Multiple Avera Breast Center locations across the region offer easy access. We'll create a screening plan that makes sense for you. You have access to specialized breast cancer experts should you need it. Find a screening location near you at avera.org/breast.
Of your Yankton Edward Jones financial advisors. We're all about financial investments, but we also value the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. That's why I'm a proud sponsor of the Yankton Bucks and Gazelles on KYNT.
Call 605-653-4860 or visit edwardjones.com for all your investment needs.
I'm Colby Cookta, financial advisor Edward Jones Yankton, member SIPC.
If you've been suffering from chronic pain or a recent injury, check us out, Lane, Reed, and Cole Sawatsky at SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab.
We offer a wide variety of treatments and techniques, including dry needling, cupping, chiropractic adjustments, and sports rehabilitation.
Our mission is to ensure an individualized and efficient treatment plan to get you back on your feet. From ankle sprains and sports injuries to neck pain and headaches, we've got your back.
Give us a call or book an appointment on our website. SWAT Chiropractic, specialized wellness and therapy.
Now located on Summit Street across from the high school.
Switching is easy. We do it all the time. We switch on the lights. We switch TV channels. Some of us switch partners while square dancing. Well, that's a stretch. But the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Many people in our area look forward to summer with the warmer, longer days. But for some, it can be a season filled with pain. This is Dr. Mackenzie Erlinson with First Chiropractic Centers. More free time and outdoor activities can result in injuries that end in discomfort and pain. These problems may be the result of poor posture or technique, or you've simply pushed your body too far. When pain in the summer strikes, keep First Chiropractic Centers in mind, making life better, one adjustment at a time.
Turning 65 or new to Medicare? Navigating your options can feel overwhelming, but we're here to help. At Missouri River Associates, we make it easy to find the right plan for your health and budget. From Medicare supplements, Advantage plans, and prescription drug coverage, we'll guide you every step of the way. Plus, our services are completely free. Call Missouri River Associates today, 665-6885. Let us help
your needs and offer discounts for life, home, car, and business insurance. Because sometimes you need a professional to get the job done right. That's simple human sense.
Don't gamble. Insure with MT and RC Smith Insurance in Yankton, your independent agent for home, business, auto, life, and bonds. Visit mtrcsmithinsurance.com.
Do you struggle with dry contacts? At Vision Care Associates, we have a great option. Infused contact lenses by Bosch & Lomb. Infused lenses are designed to ensure that your eyes stay hydrated and irritation-free, even after a full day of wear. Our doctors specialize in fitting these lenses for maximum comfort and optimal vision. Schedule your consultation and experience.
Welcome back in here, KYNT, KYN-TV. Post-game report for game number 1 of our doubleheader. Yankton takes a 10-0 win after 5 innings. This is your post-game report brought to you by The Move Group. Are you buying or selling? Move listings today at themovegroup.com or just at Move. Yeah, The Move Group. I'm bad at reading URLs sometimes. Go to themovegroup.com. It's like if it's all in one word or if it's spaced out, you know.
Yeah, I got you.
You're judging me, and I can feel it.
I'm just here, man.
Not only are you judging me, fans at home are judging me, and that is fair. Anyway.
You know, if you just kept going, I don't think anyone...
What I'm really good at, Josh, is bringing attention to my failures as a broadcaster. So
should we talk about that? Should we talk about what happened in this game, Brayden? That's what I think.
Yeah, we'll go with your stat recap here for game number 1. Your stat recap brought to you by Mayor Signs. If it's time to review the look of your business's signage, let Mayor Signs help. They offer all types of signs, lit, non-lit, digital, and much more. Contact Mayor Signs today on 4th and Broadway in Yankton. Looking at the stats on Game Changer here. We'll start with Brookings and their bats on the day. Only 4 hits as it goes 1 for 2. Nolan Wagner goes 1 for 1, and no hits for the rest of Brookings today. Breck Wilson gets credited with the loss. 4 hits allowed over 3 innings, 7 runs, 4 earned, and 7 walks. Ryan Lockeram pitched 1 inning of relief through 24 pitches, 18 of them for strikes. Gave up 4 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned, and 2 strikeouts. As for Yankton in the game, offensively, Sam Goki goes 2 for 2 with a run, 3 RBIs, and a walk. And, I mean, probably drove the bus over here, too, if they decided to take one. 0 for 2 on the day for Matthew Sheldon with a run scored, a walk, and a RBI. 1 for 1 with a run and 2 walks for Easton Feeser. 1 for 2 with a run and an RBI for Gavin Johnson. 2 for 3, 2 runs, 2 RBIs for Beck Reichen. 1 for 3 with a run scored for Trey Sager. 1 for 1 with a run, a walk, and an RBI for Tate Bestie. 0 for 2 with a walk and a run for Evan Sirk, and 0 for 1 with a walk, a run, and an RBI for Easton Nelson. In total, through 17 at-bats listed for Post 12, 8 hits, 7 walks, 10 runs, 9 of them driven in via the RBI, and only 2 strikeouts as a team. Sam Goki and Tate Bestie also credited with stolen bases in this one. It's time to get into your players of the game. And, Josh, I'll kind of just let you pick these, and I'll agree with you on them. But we'll start with your defensive player of the game. I feel like I know where you're going to go with this one, just for a guy we talked about multiple times in the game itself. But that's brought to you by Olson's IL Bugs. Who do you think deserves defensive player of the game today?
Yeah, defensive player of the game. I think, if pitcher falls into that category, Mark Cottle deserves a shout-out. But I think we got to go Beck Reichen over at shortstop. He had a really good first game over there, made a couple nice plays, and, had a good day at the plate as well. But his glove made a big presence and a big impact on this game.
Reminding me there, I forgot Mark Cottle's pitching stats. 5 innings, 4 hits, no runs, 2 strikeouts when it comes to the glove, and usually has good days with the bat as well. He's one of the best players in the state, and he's one of the best players for this team day in and day out. Offensive player of the game, brought to you by Hy-Vee. There's a helpful smile in every aisle. I don't see any reason you would disagree with this, Josh. Welcome back, Sam Goki. Quite literally perfect day for him at the plate in game number 1. 2 hits and 2 at-bats, a walk, 3 runs driven in, and 1 run scored. I don't think you can really ask for much more from Goki in his re-debut, his first game of the summer season.
Yeah, he was great today. 2 hits, like you said, 3 RBIs, had that big double in this game as well, and just looked really good out there and looked really smooth at that DH spot today and leading off.
Yeah, welcome back to the lineup. You're batting first. You're the leadoff man today, and Goki stepped into that spot really well. It's good to see him back on the field, not only just because you get a great player back in Yankton's lineup, but you always hate to see these guys get hurt and miss time. High school sports don't go on forever, so any time missed, you feel bad for him. So good to see him back out there. Just finished up his junior year at Yankton High School this past May, so it's good to see him back on the field, especially for this last month push to the state tournament at the end of August, or at the end of July into August. That's going to do it for your post-game report for game number 1. Yankton takes a 10-0 victory, improving to 17-6 on the year. Brookings falls to 11-9. We're going to do it all again in just a little bit. Game number 2 coming up shortly. We're going to switch to a pregame report when we come back. This is Post 12 Legion Baseball, KYNT, KYN-TV. Back after this break.
Buying a home isn't just about real estate. It's about investing in yourself. At the Move Group, we believe the best time to buy is when it makes sense for you. Our expert agents put people before transactions, meaning we listen first, provide honest guidance, and help you make a confident decision. No pressure, no gimmicks. Markets change, but the right home is about more than just numbers. It's about finding the right fit for your life and your future. When you're ready, we're here to help. Contact the Move Group today.
This is the sound of grilling season. It's time to get back to cookouts, to gathering with friends and family, and making memories. And with Hy-Vee's lower prices on thousands of items all over the store, you can still get the best quality meat and everything else you need for your barbecues at prices that will make you smile. Get back to grilling for less, with a little help from Hy-Vee.
I love 1919 root beer. It's the best over a big scoop of vanilla ice cream. My favorite is just ice cold 1919 poured over crunchy ice. It's so refreshing. It's the creamiest root beer ever.
1919 root beer is the perfect treat. Brewed in small batches with only the finest ingredients. It's the creamiest, full-bodied, alcohol and caffeine-free draft root beer available. It's a taste tradition since, well, 1919.
The Boathouse is for everyone. Axe throwing, mini bowling, shuffleboard, beanbag, golf, pool, and darts. Plus awesome food and drinks with lots of cold craft beers and other beverages. Some say the Boathouse is the most fun you can have on land. Trivia on Tuesday nights, music bingo on Wednesdays with live music on Friday night. This is downtown Yankton's fun gathering place for all ages. If you can't be on the boat or at a Bucks or Gazelles game, then it's the Boathouse.
When the summer heat is on, make sure your cooling system is up to the challenge. Kaiser Heating and Cooling has the right solution for your home or business, whether it's a high-efficiency air conditioner, geothermal system, or reliable heat pump unit. For over 77 years, we've been keeping Yankton cool with expert installation and service. Don't sweat this summer. Stay comfortable all season long with Kaiser Heating and Cooling, Yankton's most trusted heating and cooling professionals.
All you need to do is pay reasonable maintenance fees once a year. With any contract that you're signing, read and understand everything. What happens if you cancel? Can you get out of this contract? If you feel pushed into signing the contract, you need to stop and take a step back. If you have questions, contact the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
Looking for fuel or more? Stop by Triple Time Rudy's, your locally owned convenience store at 17th and Broadway. At Triple Time Rudy's, they're proud to support the community, offering fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers and backing local activities and events. Inside, you'll discover regional favorites like Dimmick cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. Whether it's a quick snack, a tank of top quality fuel, or a taste of local goodness, Triple Time Rudy's, fueling your day, fueling the community.
The mission of State Farm is to help people manage the risks of everyday life, recover from the unexpected, and realize their dreams. Hi, I'm Roy Wilcox with State Farm Insurance. We have been helping customers get to a better state for over 100 years. No matter where you are in life, we're here to help you make the right play calls for your insurance coverage. Give me a call or stop by anytime.
Call Roy Wilcox State Farm Insurance today, 665-7140. Find more at roywilcox.com.
A local business owner came into the UPS store with a large shipment of products for his online store. While they packed everything secure, international shipping. The answer? Of course they can. For over 9 years, the UPS store in Yankton has been helping business owners with both their printing and shipping needs. Whether you're sending a package across town or across the globe, they've got you covered. So stop by the UPS store in Yankton and ask them about their shipping services or current print specials.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
School may be out for summer, but now is the time to get your child's school and sports physicals. Beat the last-minute rush. Schedule your kindergarten physical and necessary vaccines, 6th grade physical and required vaccines, and for those entering 7th and 10th grade, your high school sports physical. Yankton Medical Clinic makes it easier than ever with online scheduling available 24/7. Or call today. School's out for summer, but let Yankton Medical Clinic help you stay ahead of the game by getting your school physicals now. So much care, so close to home.
Isn't it great when things work how they should? Like the award-winning free checking from FNBO. No monthly fees, ever. Online, in the app, on the go, or down the street. You be you, and we'll make it easy to bank your way and manage your account. Here's to simple, flexible, and free. Here's to checking that works the way you want it to. Visit fnbo.com to learn more.
To your unique goals. From retirement planning to smart tax strategies, we'll create a personalized plan to help you feel confident and secure about your financial future. Visit vfplanning.com or search Adam Walter, Vantage Financial, to schedule a 15-minute call today.
Vantage Financial Partners is a registered investment advisor. SEC registration does not constitute an endorsement of Vantage by the SEC, nor does it indicate that Vantage has attained a particular level of skill or ability.
Scratching your head when it comes to choosing health insurance for your company? Don't worry. Health insurance is what we do, and our benefits will grow and expand as your company does. With Avera Health Plans, you can count on competitive premiums and access to a broad network of care, including well-being support and mental health benefits. Our comprehensive business health insurance will make you look like the expert. Just ask your insurance agent or go to averahealthplans.com.
Welcome back in here. KYNT, KYN-TV, resetting for game number 2 of our doubleheader. Let's get to re-roll it again here. 10-0 victory in game number 1 in 5 innings for Yankton post 12. As we get ready for game number 2, we're live from the Fairfield Inn & Suites and Holiday Inn Express in Yankton broadcast booth. Score great rates and flexible reservations when you book direct with the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express in Yankton. Pre-game show is brought to you once again by Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. We give a matchup breakdown real quick, brought to you by Upper Midwest Garage Door. They are your local Clopay dealer, specializing in the sales, installation, and service of commercial garage doors and openers across eastern South Dakota. Your matchup breakdown, we'll just take a look back at game number 1 real quick. If you tuning in late, if you're just catching game number 2 and didn't see anything from game number 1, 10-0 victory for Yankton. 8 hits as a team, no errors for post 12. 4 hits, 2 errors, no runs for Brookings. 8 hits as a team, 2 for Sam Goki, 2 for Beck Reich, and they were the 2 leaders. Goki ends up leading the team in RBIs with 3 as well. Mark Cotto pitches the complete game, shutout on the mound, 5 innings, 4 hits, no runs, 2 strikeouts to 3 walks. 4 hits as a team for Brookings in game 1. Winston Plummer had 2 of them. 1 hit each for Cooper Schneider and Nolan Wagner. And Wagner, we'll see him on the mound in game number 2, as we did recently get those starting lineups for both these teams for the second game. Fans of the game brought to you by Triple Time Rudy's. Whether you're traveling to a home or an away game, be sure to fill up at Triple Time Rudy's. They're located at 1606 Broadway Avenue. We're going to take another break, come back in a couple minutes. We'll go over your starting lineups and keep looking ahead to game number 2 of our doubleheader. This is Post 12 Legion Baseball, KYNT, KYN-TV.
Looking for the perfect place to get together with friends and family, watch the game, and enjoy some of the best wings in town? Make plans to visit Checkers Sports Bar and Grill. It doesn't matter what team you cheer for, your game day cravings are covered. Enjoy the action while you dig into mouth-watering wings, juicy burgers, and stacked sandwiches. Open Tuesday through Sunday, Checkers Sports Bar and Grill is Yankton's favorite spot for food, friends, and sports. Your game days belong at Checkers.
Have a large group or event that you'd like to offer clothing for? JJ Benji's can make you look good. Instead of you taking orders, collecting money, and then delivering the clothing, let JJ Benji's handle it all. JJ Benji's will create an online store with the merchandise you want to offer. People order, pay, and then JJ Benji's will ship it. You just provide a link or QR code to the online store, and that's it. Contact JJ Benji's in Yankton for more information.
I'm Colby Cookta, one of your Yankton Edward Jones financial advisors. We're all about financial investments, but we also value the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. That's why I'm a proud sponsor of the Yankton Bucks and Gazelles on KYNT.
Call 605-653-4860 or visit edwardjones.com for all your investment needs.
I'm Colby Cookta, financial advisor, Edward Jones Yankton, member SIPC.
I'm Nick Shudak. I'm the Dean of Undergraduate Studies at Mount Marty University. We have a ton of scholarships, right? We mitigate tuition through our scholarships. The monastery is very generous in terms of some of the scholarships that are available to students. We do everything we can to make sure that we're an affordable, private, mission-driven institution, and our affordability is pretty comparable to many state institutions.
Start your journey at Mount Marty University. Schedule a tour online at mountmarty.edu. Mount Marty, where great futures begin.
Olson Pest Technicians is a family-owned business since 1966. And with over 50 years of pest management, they understand your issues, and their well-trained team will help you solve your pest problems. Issues with cockroaches, ants, bedbugs, bats, termites, spiders, rats, mice, or other creepy crawling pests? Give your home a fresh start and use the proven method of fumigation to take care of your pest problem. Olson's Pest Technicians will thoroughly get rid of pests so you can rest easy again. Call Olson Pest today, 800-KILL-BUG. That's 1-800-KILBUGS.
You've been suffering from chronic pain or a recent injury. Check us out, Lane, Reed, and Cole Sawatsky at SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab.
We offer a wide variety of treatments and techniques, including dry needling, cupping, chiropractic adjustments, and sports rehabilitation.
Our mission is to ensure an individualized and efficient treatment plan to get you back on your feet.
From ankle sprains and sports injuries to neck pain and headaches, we've got your back.
Give us a call or book an appointment on our website. SWAT Chiropractic, specialized wellness and therapy.
Now located on Summit Street across from the high school.
Sherco, the industry leader in tarping, has done it again with the release of the all-new Sherlock E-Series electric tarp. The E-Series features fully assembled front and rear arms, a pre-wired sealed control box, and Sherco's exclusive smart wire sealed harness for quick and easy installation. Operate the E-Series with the SureLink EZR remote or by your smartphone using the SureLink app. Add more time to your day with the Sherlock E-Series. To learn more, contact your authorized Sherco distributor or find us at Sherco.com. Demand the best. Demand Sherco.
Here's the deal, renters. When you combine State Farm auto and renter's insurance, you can save an average of $642. You heard me. So you get the right coverage for your car and stuff at the right price for you. State Farm agent Rhonda Westland and her team are ready to help you combine auto and renter's insurance and save. Call 605-665-4411 today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Average annual per household savings based on a 2019 national survey by State Farm of new policyholders who reported savings by switching to State Farm.
Welcome back in here, KYNT, KYN-TV. We have your starting lineups for game number 2 today. Those are brought to you by First Chiropractic Center, making life better one adjustment at a time. They're located at 2507 Fox Run Parkway in Yankton. Josh, I'm going to go over Yankton's starting lineup here, and then if you are able to check out Boston Frick's stats on the season, that gives that away. Boston Frick pitching in game number 2 for Yankton. Here's how they line up in the field around him. It's basically identical to game 1. Trey Sager out in left, Evan Sirk in center, and Easton Feeser in right. The only change I'm seeing is third base. Mark Cottle steps in at third base. Beck Reichen to play short. Tate Bessie will play second with Matthew Sheldon at first. Gavin Johnson behind the plate. Boston Frick on the mound. Samuel Goki will DH for Boston Frick. And if you have Frick stats on the season, Josh, how's he pitched so far this year?
Yeah, taking a look at Boston Frick's numbers, he's made on the season 3 starts, 3 appearances, or his lone appearances, or excuse me, 6 appearances, 3 starts. He's got a 2.41 ERA on the season, as well as 11 strikeouts, and he's done a really good job so far. And like I said, that 2.41 ERA, that'll get the job done.
Yeah, Frick on the mound again. And thinking back to last week's doubleheader with Aberdeen, our last piece of coverage on KYNT and KYN-TV, it was Cottle and Frick who pitched in that one. And they had a quick turnaround the day after for a game. And now this case, Cottle and Frick getting the starts today. Quick turnaround to Thursday for a couple games against Rapid City Post 22. Designated hitter number 24, Winston Plummer. Batting 5th, the second baseman, number 23, Tyson Antonin. Batting 6th, the first baseman, number 25, Tane Frederick. Batting 7th, the catcher, number 11, Max Jensen. I think I said Jace Bauer was the catcher. Jace is at third base. My apologies there. Mixed up my 5s and my 2s. Batting 8th, the left fielder, number 10, Jay Harris. And batting 9th, the center fielder, number 8, John Collar. Pitching today, Nolan Wagner will be on the mound for game number 2, getting the start on the bump. Ryan Lockram, Breck Wilson, Talon Hyde, Ryder Anderson are all listed as potential substitutes for Brookings in game number 2. As for Yankton's potential substitutes, Owen Wishon, Easton Nelson, Carter Boomsma, Cale Gary, Frankie Entveld, Madden McQuaid, and Brendan Gilmore are all listed today as potential backups in game number 2. Team is taking the field. We'll get a couple warm-up pitches for Boston Frick, and then we'll get rolling. We'll take a quick break, just 60 seconds, and then we'll come right back with game number 2 for between Yankton Post 12 and Brookings Post 74. Back in 1 minute, KYNT, KYN-TV.
Many people in our area look forward to summer with the warmer, longer days. But for some, it can be a season filled with pain. This is Dr. Mackenzie Erlinson with First Chiropractic Centers. More free time and outdoor activities can result in injuries that end in discomfort and pain. These problems may be the result of poor posture or technique, or you've simply pushed your body too far. When pain in the summer strikes, keep First Chiropractic Centers in mind, making life better, one adjustment at a time.
Don't you just love being pressured into buying something? Of course not. I don't either. This is Jamie from Larry's Heating and Cooling. Pushing you to buy is something we haven't done in our 44 years of being in business. Instead, we prefer offering you an honest, free, no obligation assessment of your heating and cooling system. And if needed, we'll quote you a fair price for repair or replacement. Don't like being pressured? Then call Larry's Heating and Cooling, Yankton and Vermilion.
Brayden Butler, Josh Bolter, we're in here for game number 2 of our doubleheader today between Yankton Post 12 and Brookings Post 74. Game 1 was a 10-0 win for Yankton. We'll see if Post 74 can flip the script in game number 2. Boston Frick on the mound to start things for Post 12. Trey Christofferson will bat leadoff, followed by Jace Bauer and Cooper Schneider as your 3-batter minimum for Brookings in our second matchup. First pitch in there for strike number 1 as we are underway in game number 2.
Nice play over at second base to get the out.
Ignore that. Just trying to switch the graphic ahead for game number 2 here, and got a computer pop up. So if you heard that through KYNT or KYN-TV, our apologies. If it was just us that heard it, I sound like a crazy person.
It's actually our new fun sound effect we're playing with.
1-0 count here to Jace Bauer to start things off from Boston Frick. Make it 1-1 as that one's in there for a strike.
And Frick doing a good job so far. I know it's early in this one, but throwing strikes and making things happen.
And an out of play just in front of the third base coaching box. Frick works primarily out of the stretch as he comes set. 1-2 misses outside for a ball, make it a 2-2 count now to Jace Bauer. Frick fires home the 2-2, misses the zone. We got a full count now to Bauer.
And Bauer, like you said, playing third over in this one. Did play catcher in that, or was behind the plate in that first game, but now over at the hot corner. He's got that full count.
This one popped up, foul territory, out of play. Foul ball is once again brought to you by Midwest Insurance Agency. See Travis and Whitney Devine at Midwest Insurance, especially if that foul ball ends up hitting your windshield out here at Riverside.
Still watching those softballers over there, making sure they don't hit my car.
This one sent out into left center field. Sager giving chase on his horse. He gloves it out and left. Second out of the inning on the fly out to left field.
Nice catch there by Sager. He booked it over there to make that one and get that second out of this first inning.
Up to the plate steps up the shortstop, Cooper Schneider. Looking at him in game number 1. Schneider finished 1 for 2 with a hit by pitch, a single, and a stolen base.
1 of 4 hits for Brookings in that first game, and trying to get something going here in the second, or in game number 2.
You got a 1-0 count against him right now with Frick coming set on the mound. He'll wheel and deal for strike 1. Frick will fire home again, the 1-1, outside this time for a ball. 2-1 count here to Schneider. Joseph Schneider there. 3-1 count now. Frick in danger of putting his first runner on base.
A very similar feel to that first game. 2 outs. I'll be honest, this one grounded over to short.
Yeah, up with it is Riken. He's been on a point today at shortstop, and he continues to be as he fires over in time. A 6-3 putout, 3 up, 3 down goes Brookings in the top of inning number 1. This inning break is brought to you by Rise Fuel. Gives you the power to push harder, go faster, and perform better. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. 0-0 your score when we come back in the bottom of the first inning. It's Goki. This is Post 12 Legion Baseball, KYNT, KYN-TV.
Are you tired of sugary sports drinks that make you crash faster than your team's playoff hopes? Strike out thirst like a champ with Liquid Death. It's 100% mountain water, no sugar, no weird colors, no fake flavors, just pure hydration that's cooler than your walk-up song. Perfect for dugouts, doubleheaders, and post-game victory laps. Because swinging for the fences is easier when you're not running on fruit punch and regrets. Whether you're playing, practicing, or just pretending to stretch, grab a Liquid Death and crush your thirst with style.
At Elwood Family Dental Care, they believe patients should understand their treatment, not just receive it. That's why they show you x-rays and photos, explain the why, and keep you informed every step of the way. They treat patients of all ages and especially love caring for kids. Most pediatric treatments are done right in the office, trying to limit trips out of town. So come see Elwood Family Dental Care today, located at 19th and Broadway, where they take care of the entire family.
Welcome back, KYNT, KYN-TV, Post 12 with their first at-bats of game number 2. I'm Brayden Butler, joined by Josh Bolter for this one. And Josh, how will Yankton come to the plate here for second game?
Yeah, let's take a look at the lineup here for game 2. Batting leadoff, the designated hitter Samuel Goki. He had 2 hits in game 1. Matthew Sheldon in the 2 spot. Easton Beezer batting third. Gavin Johnson, the catcher, in the cleanup spot. Beck Riken in 5th. Batting 6th, Trey Sager. Batting 7th, Tate Bestie. Batting 8th, Evan Sirk. And seeing his first at-bats today in the 9 spot will be Mark Cottle over at third base.
So 1-0 count to start things off to Goki here. Looking at how Brookings is lined up in the field. They got Christofferson in left, Collar in center. Christofferson in right, Collar in center. Jay Harris in left field. Third baseman is Jace Bauer. Shortstop Cooper Schneider. Second baseman Tyson Antonin and Tane Frederick at first. The 1-1 misses low and away for a ball. It's a 2-1 count now to Goki. Max Jensen behind the plate and Nolan Wagner on the mound are your battery today for Post 74.
And if you're Sam Goki, you couldn't have asked for a better start than what you did in that first game of your summer season, as he gets 2 hits and 3 RBIs. He's hit there and going to take first to start this one.
Yeah, there's probably more comfortable ways to get to first base, but Sam Goki will take it as he's there with a hit by pitch to start things off.
Goki did steal a bag in that game 1. We'll see if they get aggressive, see what Drew Lawrence and company decide to do here, if they get aggressive with him over on first.
First pitch high to Sheldon. Catcher was out of his stance quickly, so that might have been designed to throw high, trying to bait a steal.
That's kind of what I was thinking there. Immediately looked down to first, too, on that.
Wagner with the 1-0 home. Out day. That one misses the zone. 3-1 to Sheldon now.
That's 3 balls, Brayden, that have gone high there from Wagner in this at-bat. And I know one, like we said, might have been by design, but still very similar spots in all 3 of them so far.
See what happens here on the 3-1. That plunks him. Back-to-back batters have been hit by Wagner. Very clearly not purposefully. But still something you got to keep an eye on here.
And having some troubles with command here early, trying to settle down, get in the feel of this game, but gonna have to find it quick with 2 runners on here and no outs for Post 12.
And giving up a lot of free bags early is exactly what got Brookings in a hole in game 1. The first 3 batters were walked in the opening game of this doubleheader. The first 2 of the second game have been hit. And Feezer sends this one for a hit out into right field. Taking the turn at third, heading home is Sam Goki. There's going to be a play at the plate. Frederick with a throw home. No tag applied.
First run of this game, and Sheldon able to get over to third on that as well.
Runners at the corners with nobody out for Gavin Johnson here and a 1-0 lead. I'll say, I don't know how they could have started it better than they did in game one. I mean, technically, this is already starting better in game two.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Nice base hit to get this going and get the run started here. And now if you're Wagner, you got to think you'd take a double play.
Here's a ground ball to the shortstop, Schneider. Up with it, over to second, in time, over to first. It's there in time as well. I don't think Johnson's happy with that call. Thought he beat it out down the first base line, but it's still going to be an RBI for Gavin Johnson as a run comes across to score in Matthew Sheldon.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about with Brookings. You give up the run there, but you get the 2 outs, and also just 1 out away from getting out of this first inning.
Sometimes you lose the battle to try to win the war. First pitch to Beck Reichen. Misses the zone for a ball. It's a 1-0 count to Reichen.
We talked about Reichen had a really good game one and won our defensive player of the game. And had 2 hits and a couple RBIs as well.
One's in there for a strike to him, so a 1-1 count. And put it this way about Reichen. That's not the first time he's won awards in our post games. Here's a hard shot back up the middle. Wagner knocks it down. He's up with it. Underhand throw to first in time. A 1-3 put out ends the inning. But damage is done for Yankton in the first. 2 runs come across on 1 hit. No errors, no runners get left on base. 2-0 your score as we head to the top of the second. Yankton on top. That scoreboard update brought to you by SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, the go-to place for specialized wellness and therapy. We're back in 1 minute with Boston Frick back on the mound. This is Post 12 Legion Baseball, KYNT, KYN-TV.
South Dakota football and volleyball season tickets are available now. The Coyote football team reached new heights in 2024, totaling 11 wins and earning an appearance in the Bauman fires deep, got a man open. It's Jack Martins. He's got it. He's in. Touchdown, South Dakota. Volleyball continued their tradition of success, appearing in their 5th NCAA tournament. Join the fun and secure your seats at goyotes.com.
FM 1021 and AM 1450. KYNT.
Falls on your roof. Don't worry, Missouri River Associates has you covered. Auto, home, pet mishaps, we're here for all of life's little oops moments. Call 665-6885 for your free quote. Because life happens, and we're ready for it.
4, 5, 6 hitters due up for Brookings this half inning. It's Winston Plummer to lead things off, Tyson Antonin on deck, and Tane Frederick in the hole. Top of inning number 2, Yankton on top 2-0 after pushing a pair of runners across in the bottom half of the first.
Brayden in game 1 for Brookings. He had a double and a single, 2 hits in that first game, and looking to build off that. So he takes a strike here to even up the count at 1.
For those that didn't hear the start of Josh's comment, because somebody unmuted the wrong mic port, he was talking about Winston Plummer being a bright spot in game 1, and then you heard the rest about his stats and everything. My bad. Good for Winston Plummer, though, as he sends this one into left field, first base hit of the ball game. He's now got 3 hits over the first 2 games, or these 2 games. Tall human being. Anybody that has where I have to look up at a 90-degree angle to talk to you.
Yeah.
If I go look up at anything more than a 50, you're just tall.
Nice movement there on that pitch from Frick.
And a good just bounce back pitch there. You give up the leadoff single into left field, you come right back after. I always worry about foul balls hitting people's windshields and stuff, but every time I walk out of the parking lot after, there are no cracked windshields, because that one's fouled again by Antonin.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I've only seen one in my time here, and it was like my very first day. Don't ask whose vehicle it was. It was our station's vehicle.
It didn't belong to the company, did it, Josh?
It might have. It wasn't my fault.
It's a 1-2 count now as that one missed the zone to Antonin. Frick in his second inning of work. Had Brookings go 3 up, 3 down in the first inning, but a leadoff single has a runner on here in the second. The 1-2 home. Misses low for a ball. 2-2 count now from Frick to Antonin. Maybe a little bit of a chess match here from Frick. A couple foul balls from Antonin. Left the last 2 out of the zone. Antonin is shown to be aggressive at the plate to start this at-bat. 2-2 in there. Strike 3 looking. Sets down Tyson Antonin and brings Tane Frederick to the plate. First punch out of the game for Boston Frick.
And nice little bounce back there. Gives up the hit to Plummer to start the inning. Responds with a strikeout.
Here comes Tane Frederick to the plate now, the first baseman. Frederick sends this one on a line out to center field. Cirque with a long run. Feaser's actually there first and right center for out number 2. A long run from Easton Feaser from right field. They were shifted to the left a little bit. I was watching Cirque come across the outfield and didn't even see Feaser until my eyes panned over.
Yeah, and Feaser made a nice play on that. And Cirque covered a lot of ground too, but Feaser gets the catch, and all of a sudden Frick 1 out away from getting out of this inning after giving up that leadoff single.
That one fouled off. So our first look at Max Jensen here today in game number 2. Did not play in game 1. I don't know if that got picked up enough for people at home to hear, but I heard it through the headset. Carter Roach in the third base coaching box. Just send it anywhere you can. We're not looking for anything specific. Just get it in play, see what happens. It's a 1-1 count to him now after that one missed for a ball.
And a lot of times that's all you can do. Try to slap a ball into play and see what happens, and maybe you find a gap.
The 1-1. Sent into right field. That one is going to drop just in front of Easton Feaser out in right. Runners move station to station. First and second for Brookings with 2 down. Brings up Jay Harris.
Just like that, slap it, put it into play, and all of a sudden 2 on here for Brookings with 2 outs. And Harris has got a chance to put a run on the board.
Harris, the left fielder, is batting in the 8th spot in this game for Brookings. I believe that's the same place he hit in game 1. It is. 0 for 2. Did get on base via a fielder's choice in the 4th inning. It's his first at-bat of the second game. Frick fires home the opening pitch. Just misses the zone for a ball. It's a 1-0 count. Here's the 1-0 from Frick. We've seen Yankton pitchers try to work outside before, but Frick just missed his spot there, it seems.
Yeah, a couple of those in this at-bat. That first one is high, and then that one outside.
And that one's going to get too far inside and hit Harris in the bicep. Couldn't have felt good, but he's not showing it down the first base line.
It didn't feel good. Sometimes you'd rather get there maybe than on like the hand or something like that. And all of a sudden, like you said.
The one that always makes me cringe, obviously it's if it's a high and tight fastball, that's the one. But like getting hit in the side of the knee has always felt like the worst place to get hit for me. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's those spots where there's just not a lot of meat.
There's not a lot of meat on the bone there.
Where you got to be careful. As we're getting a mound visit here, Brayden. Just trying to calm Frick down maybe a little bit here. Bases loaded.
Yeah, mound visits brought to you by Kaiser Heating and Cooling. Be the wiser and go with Kaiser. That's Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton. And we've seen this a couple times this year where Yankton gets into a trouble spot early, uses his Miyagi-Do way strategies, calms them down, and traditionally pitchers are able to get out of some jams after a talk from head coach Drew Lawrence. I don't know if he cracks some jokes, if he just calms them down or says what the weather is. I don't know.
Yeah, and sometimes that can just be as simple as calming the pitcher down, distracting them for a little bit, take their mind off it for a moment, and refocus.
First pitch misses outside for a ball from Frick there. It's a 2-0 count now to John Collar. 9-spot hitter, so top of the order, Trey Christofferson is on deck with 2 outs. That one's in there for a strike from Frick. It's a 2-1 count now. Here's the 2-1 home. That one misses the zone, but a good block behind the plate by Gavin Johnson. Keeps the runners where they are. Blocks once again brought to you by H&R Block, open year-round, providing bookkeeping, payroll, and tax services.
Now if you're Frick, nowhere to put the runner, you got to find a way to throw a strike here or get something put in play.
Right back up to him, Frick, off the glove, able to snag it with the bare hand and fire across. Almost a mistake, making a little bit of chicken salad there for Boston Frick as he gets out of the jam. 2-0 Frick strands the bases loaded for post 12. Yankton coming up to the plate when we come back. This is post 12 Legion Baseball, leading 2-0 on KYNT. KYN-TV, back in 1 minute.
The housing market is constantly changing. I'm Deb Speck with Vision Real Estate, and with 20 years of experience, I'll help you navigate the ever-changing real estate environment. Whether you're thinking about buying or selling, my experience and attention to detail will guide you through the process. Let's find you the right home at the right time. Call me and we'll talk about your home needs. Deb Speck, Vision Real Estate, 605-664-5555.
Hey, this is Les Norman, former Kansas City Royal. I was in town for the Pass It On Baseball Clinic and had the honor of staying at the Fairfield by Marriott. Super clean. It is beautiful on the inside, and the staff is top-notch. They're incredible. They're very kind. They remember you. The rooms are clean. The beds were incredibly comfortable. The showers were hot. The food was great, and I even got a workout in. So I highly recommend, if you get the chance, stay at the Fairfield by Marriott right here in Yankton.
Order if all 4 of them come to the plate this half inning.
And Trey Sager had a nice game 1 as well. Really, everybody did the second.
Sager takes strike 1 from Wagner on the opening pitch.
You could tell he was unsure about that one with Sager. He thought about swinging at it and then kind of buckled the knees a little bit when it dropped.
The 0-1. It's a high chopper. 2 bounces to the shortstop. Schneider across the diamond. He's not there in time. That's a 6-3 put out to retire Trey Sager. Tate Bestie now to the plate. His first at-bat of game number 2. Had an RBI single, a sac bunt, a walk, and a run in game number 1. Bestie takes ball 1 on the outer part of the plate. Bestie potentially starting quarterback in the fall for Yankton High School.
Yeah, very much in play. Was the backup last year and saw him get some game time last year, and it'll be interesting to see if he's the starter come fall.
1-1 to him. Inside for a ball, 2-1 count now.
I think he's thinking, can I get a hit here?
Trying to think about. It's going to bring up the gloves again. Here's another 2-hopper to the shortstop Schneider. He gloves it across the diamond, low throw, but scooped it first by Frederick. Back-to-back 6-3 putouts to open the second inning for Brookings.
And Brookings 1 out away here from getting their first scoreless inning on the defensive side of this game.
If you look back to, this is every inning since the first inning of game 1. 2 runs, 2 runs, 3 runs, 3 runs, 2 runs. So Brookings just not only just holding them scoreless, just keeping a crooked number off the board in general. 0-1, back up the middle, sliding stop by Schneider. He's up with it across, not in time. Evan Sirk beats it out down the first base line. No shame on Cooper Schneider on that one. Did everything he could to get that ball over to first.
And I think if that's just about anybody else in the great city of Yankton, that might be an out right there. Heck of a play by Schneider, but Sirk's got the speed over there, and he beats it out and gets a hit.
We'll see if they're aggressive with Sirk on the base pass with 2 outs, too. Talking about his speed, Mark Cottle at the plate, his first at-bat of the day. Throw over to first, pickoff attempt, not there in process for Brookings. If he can beat that out down the first base line, he's obviously got speed. Let's try to keep him close.
And now Mark Cottle at the plate, throw over again there.
Yeah, back-to-back pickoff attempts from Wagner over to first. I don't know if they have the disengage rule here that they have in the MLB.
Where if you throw it 3, you got to get him.
So I think Wagner can throw over as many times as he really wants to. He'll throw home to Cottle this time for strike 1.
I kind of like that rule, to be honest, though. Like, it keeps the game going, and A lot of times you'll see pitchers do that just to kind of reset and things, but I kind of like that they've limited that to 3.
I'm not going to lie, most of the latest rule changes is the throw over to first, not there in time to Evan Cirk. Most of the latest rule changes that were, to be blunt, humbugged on their way in recent memory for the MLB, I've honestly liked all of them, how they've been operated. Runner takes off for second. Evan Cirk, ball in and out of the hands of the catcher Jensen as he was trying to pop up and throw down. Cirk's in there safely.
And it's safe there. Now runner in scoring position. If Cottle can get a hit here, probably another run for Yankton. But what I really like is that they got rid of the shift. Big fan of that. I also like the pitch clock. I am a big fan of a lot of rules. Ghost runner, though, that can go away in my opinion.
All right, I lied. There's one rule that I don't like.
Yeah, the ghost, which I understand it's once again to get games done faster, but ghost runner can go away.
It's like, just let it be. Designated hitter in both leagues is a great rule change.
Yes, it is.
Here's the 1-2 to Cottle. Misses high for a ball. 2-2 count now to the Yankton third baseman. I know the tradition tribalists will be upset about the idea of designated hitters in the National League. Still are to this day. But
well, to me, why not have one better batter in your lineup? But what do I know?
Ball gets away from the catcher Jensen. Cirk starts to take off, but he's going to go back to second base. And because it's not how tradition works, Josh. Come on.
You know, and I can not have my pitchers running the base pass if they get on and avoid getting hurt.
Yeah, well, that makes too much sense. Payoff pitch, fouled to the third base dugout. Good snag over there in the third base dugout. Who is that?
Cottle battling here. He did start in the hole early and worked his way up to a full count.
Trying to catch a number on the guy who snagged that in the third base dugout, and I didn't see it. Payoff pitch to Cottle. He'll take ball 4 for the walk. 2 runners on for the top of the order. Sam Goki to the plate.
And that's what's big there. You flip the order with a runner on in scoring position with Cirk's speed over there. And Cottle works a walk and gets it to Goki, who walked to start first.
Yeah, a double, a single, a stolen base, a walk, a run scored, 2 RBIs, and a hit by pitch, and another run scored. That is the last 6 innings of Sam Goki baseball, which are the first 6 innings of Sam Goki baseball in the summer season. 1-0 count to Goki here. This one shot into right field. That gets down for a base hit. Cirk turns at third, heading home. Throw in from right field, not in time. An RBI single for Sam Goki.
And isn't it crazy just how baseball is a game of inches and things like that? I know we said about football, but you think about Cirk beating out that run or that throw over to first earlier. All of a sudden, that leads to a run off of a hit from Sam Goki. And we've talked about how well he's played. That's his 4th RBI of the day.
Is it too late for him to be in the running for Legion Player of the Year?
We'll see. It's possible. I'm not ruling it out.
Too late at the start of the season? They have the Joel Embiid rule where you have to play a minimum 3 put out to end the inning. But Yankton continues to score. Only 1 run in the second inning here, but they lead 3-0 as we head to the top of the third. That scoreboard update brought to you by SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, the go-to place for specialized wellness and therapy. Yankton back in the field when we come back.
Get it cleaned with Buell's.
Dress shirts, suits, dresses, coats. At Buell's, they specialize in dry cleaning and pressing. You can pick it up or even have it delivered.
Got a tough stain you're worried about getting out? Leave it to Buell's. They're experts in getting out those nasty stains.
Do you wash your own comforter? If you really want it clean, let Buell's do it. Their large-size washers are perfect for comforters.
If you need it clean, take it to Buell's. 444 West 3rd, Yankton.
Nibera is here to help with all of your automotive needs, whether that means getting you into a nicer vehicle, servicing or repairing your current vehicle, or any auto body or glass replacement needs. If you are in the market for a nicer vehicle, we finance all new and used vehicles with very low interest rates. Moody Motors in Nibera, your one-stop vehicle shop. View our inventory online at moodymotor.com.
You're in the mood for Moody.
2-0 is your score here live from Riverside Field-Yankton. Leads over Brookings 3-0 here in the top of the third. It's Boston Frick on the mound for post 12. At the plate is Trey Christopherson for post 74. He grounded out to first in the first inning, as that first pitch from Boston Frick is a ball to Christofferson. Once again, I'm Josh Bolter. Glad to have you in here today. A little bit of a cooler day for the middle of June, and almost end of June at this point, as that pitch to strike evens up the count at 1 apiece. Frick has not given up a run through 2 innings of work. He does have 2 hits allowed, though. Got out of a bases-loaded jam in the last inning. Is there something going on with Christofferson's helmet? He's going to take a step back now. The 1-1 is outside. Make it 2-1 as we welcome back in our fearless leader today, Brayden Butler.
That's what they're calling me.
That is what they are
I
calling
don't know who they are, but they be doing a lot of talking.
that. My weather app lied to me. So it was like and I say weather app, I just Googled Yankton weather. Went to the first site I saw, it said hourly chances for like 15%.
Well, maybe we are that 15%. No, 15% doesn't mean 15% chance. It means 15% of the area is going to. 2-2 home from Frick, sent into center field. Not too hard of a run, though, from Cirque. He just takes a couple steps to his left and gloves it for the out.
Yeah, well-hit ball, but like you said, found a glove, and that's baseball can be an unlucky sport sometimes. Christofferson put a good pop behind that ball, but found Cirque's glove.
Put it as an L8 in my scorebook. Brings Jace Bauer to the plate.
And Bauer playing over at third base. And this one he did catch in game 1 and looking to get these bats going.
Finds himself in an 0-1 hole out of the gate to Boston Frick. Make it 0-2. Frick with back-to-back strikes to start this at-bat.
Nice breaking ball there. Looked like that one was going inside the whole way and dropped at the last second in for a strike.
This one sent just over the glove of Beck Reichen. Jumped for it there at shortstop, but it's going to be a base hit for Jace Bauer. 1 runner on with 1 out in the inning now for Brookings.
All right, so our sources, Dave Lesher, one of our fearless leaders, says your description of rain chances is 100% accurate.
Okay, cool.
And you might have been 100% talking out of one of your body parts, but you were right.
Here's a shot on the ground of the shortstop Reichen. Up with it to second, to first, in time. 6-4-3 double play. That's going to be an interesting highlight to explain in the morning on the broadcast. Yankton gets out of it with no runners allowed, and nobody gets left on base with the inning double play. Feeser, Johnson, Reichen due up next half inning for Yankton post 12. They lead 3-0 heading to the bottom of the third. This inning break brought to you by Rise Fuel. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. We're back in 1 minute. This is Yankton Post 12 Legion Baseball, KYNT, KYN-TV.
Boston Shoes to Boots is your locally owned family shoe store located in downtown Yankton on Cedar Street. We offer the service and quality product to fit the whole family. Whether you're in the market for athletics, dress, casual, or work, come shop with us 6 days a week or shop online all the time at bostonshoestoboots.com. Try out our foot scanner and get fitted for insoles. Happy feet keep you healthy and on the move. Boston Shoes to Boots is proud to support Yankton High School athletics.
Tourism, it's a big deal in the Yankton area. I'm Nancy Winandy, CEO of Yankton Thrive. Over 1 million people visit our rivers, lakes, campsites, and trails. These visitors offer an incredible boost to our economy, adding tax dollars and helping our local businesses grow. So if you get
stuck for a free bag, a hit by pitch to lead things off.
Yeah, now on base twice here. He had a base hit, an RBI single.
And puts a runner on now for Gavin Johnson. Beck Reichen on deck now, rounding out the 3-batter minimum this half inning for Yankton.
And Johnson had a well-hit ball in the first inning, just grounded it over to short and resulted in a double play. Did get an RBI, I believe, out of the situation, though. No, correction. He did not. I thought he did.
A run did it with one. That was... No.
No, he definitely got it. That one popped high.
This one's sent out to right field as we're debating on the stat sheet. This one is caught out and right by Christofferson for out number 1. He definitely has a run driven in.
Yeah, off that double play. Yeah, okay. I thought I wasn't imagining that.
F9 in the scorebook there for Gavin Johnson. Great movie. As Beck Reichen steps into the batter's box.
Speaking of F9, you're going to see F1 this week? Next week? This week. Formula 1, the movie. Brad Pitt.
Is he on a tank?
I wish.
Like that movie Fury. It's a 1-0 count here to Beck Reichen in his second at-bat of the day. Grounded out back to the pitcher in the first inning that ended the first inning.
He turned a nice double play in the top half of this inning as well. He's been really good with the glove. He was our defensive player of the game in game 1. And
he's an early candidate in game 2
That's what I was
going
to say. He's been made it a couple nice.
And Cooper Schneider, you got to give both of them their flowers. Got to give respect to Schneider, too. He's got the flow coming out the back of the hat. I don't know if he's naturally that blonde or he bleached it, but got a sick flow over there at short. 3-1 count now to Beck Reichen after that one hits for a strike. Reichen seemed to be taking all the way in a 3-0 count. It's the bottom of inning number 3. Yankton leads 3-0, looking to increase their lead here. Reichen takes strike 2. Count is now full to the Yankton shortstop.
Wagner here battling back, had that 3-0 count, and he's been able to work himself into a payoff pitch here.
Post 12 looking to sweep the doubleheader today. Took game 1 10-0 after 5 innings. Fieser won't be credited with a stolen base, but he gets to stay on second after that walk was drawn by Beck Reichen.
And that brings Trey Sager to the plate with a chance to do some damage. Runner on hit, probably scores a run here, you got to think.
Grounded out to the shortstop in his only at-bat so far in this game. And in the second inning, I'm looking at my stat card, 3 groundouts to the shortstop for Yankton in that second inning. So it was all Cooper Schneider in that second inning.
Yeah, he's been busy over there for sure, and almost had another one on Evan Cirk that last inning. We do have a timeout here. I wonder if this is a mound visit potentially here.
Yeah, it looks like Carter Roach wants to come out and talk to his pitcher on the mound, Nolan Wagner. Mound visits brought to you by Kaiser Heating and Cooling. Be the wiser. Go with Kaiser. That's Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton. Doesn't look like there's any motion to bring in a new pitcher here for Wagner. Just trying to get out there and settle the nerves. We saw something similar for Yankton when head coach Drew Lawrence went out to speak to Boston Frick. Was that the second inning?
Yeah, I believe second inning. It paid off, obviously. That was when that bases-loaded jam, and, Boston Frick was able to work out a ground out to himself, actually, over there with the flip to first, and worked there, and now Brookings trying the same thing. And, sometimes, like they said, this can just lighten the mood a little bit. And, you're looking at a situation where Yankton can really open this game up if they can get a hit here. So I think this is just a good strategy here. Calm Wagner down and let him think about other stuff maybe for a couple seconds.
Yeah, Trey Sager's a guy who's driven the ball to the wall before. Could score both runners on if he's able to find one deep enough into a gap. So it's a good opportunity to try to calm Wagner down, like he said. 1-0 home. This is high, maybe a little tight for a ball. 2-0 count now to Trey Sager. Three 3-0 your score, bottom of inning number 3. Yankton has scored in every inning so far. As that ball gets away from the catcher, runners are going to move to second and third, and now a base hit could score 2 here for Trey Sager.
Yeah, and I wonder if they'll give him the green light on 3-0, maybe let him take a pitch. And if you're Wagner, I know you want to get outs, but also we talked about it in that last game. Maybe you put Sager on and try to get a ground ball, force a double play situation. You do have one out on the board, but we'll see how both teams choose to play this year.
3-0 home. Sager does have a green light and sends it out to center field. It is going to be gloved in center by Collar. Runner coming home from third, Fieser. No play at the plate. A sac fly RBI for Trey Sager.
Yeah, nice there. Put it in play. Get it in the sky. You don't want to ground it. And that's a run right there for Yankton. And now, once again, we talked about it. They've put up a run, at least one run, in every single inning so far. The offense playing really, really well today. Defense as well, obviously, but offense really been going for Yankton today.
This is the 8th inning of baseball Yankton has played today. Has scored 2 or more runs in 6 of those innings so far. Could do that again here in the bottom of the third of game 2. And Bestie sends this one up the elevator shaft over our heads and out of play.
And Bestie, a hit, would score a run here. Striking over at second. He does have good speed, would score that run.
The 0-1 home. Bestie takes it for strike 2. And now Wagner in a good chance to get out of this with minimal damage. Runner still in scoring position on second, but one well-placed pitch could get him out of the inning. The 0-2 home. Misses for a ball. It's a 1-2 count now to Bestie.
I would say you could send Riken here, which is a possibility, but I don't know if that'll really do much unless you're trying to get a jump on a hit ball.
Here's the 1-2 home. Outside for a ball. 2-2 count now. A lot of Tate Bestie fans in that Yankton dugout from the sounds of it. I always love some of the chirping.
Some of the things you hear down there, whether you can repeat them or not.
2-2 popped up, infield fly over to second base, and it is gloved at second by Antonin for out number 3.
I'll tell you, that one was so loud, I was looking into the outfield.
So if I don't catch the ball off the bat, I just see where players are converging in a general area, and Antonin started to shade underneath that one. But it was loud off the bat for Bestie, just too far underneath of it for out number 3. One run does come across for Yankton. They now lead 4-0 as we head to the top of the 4th. That scoreboard update brought to you by SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, the go-to place for specialized wellness and therapy. We're back in 60 seconds. Yankton leads 4-0 here on KYNT, KYN-TV.
Hey, why are you in the garage?
This storm is bad. I'm worried about the garage doors.
Come on, what could happen?
A lot. Hail could dent the doors. Like that. And high winds could bend the doors or even break them. Like that.
So when that happens, what happens?
You call Upper Midwest Garage Door.
Upper Midwest Garage Door offers reliable storm damage repair for residential and commercial doors. We're an authorized Clopay dealer serving eastern South Dakota. Visit us at uppermidwestgaragedoor.com.
It's never a good time to find yourself stuck on the side of the road. When you do, call Gary's Towing, your trusted family-owned towing service serving the Yankton area for over 50 years. Whether it's light, medium, or heavy towing, they've got the right equipment and the experience to get you back on the road fast. Day or night, call Gary, Mike, or Mason. 665-4351. Gary's Towing, where experience means reliability.
Josh Bolter just dropped some knowledge on me as we're coming back from break. Color codes as Powerades.
I do. With food, warm colors such as orange and blue, or red. I know my colors, I promise. And for anything else, cool colors like blue.
Blue passport.
So it's 4-0 here, Brayden.
I'm sorry. I apologize, everyone. I just was locked in on the idea of cool colors and warm colors.
He's been thinking about this since I said it.
I apologize. I promise I'm trying to keep this one on the rails. It's a 2-1 count from Boston Frick to Winston Plummer leading things off. Make it 2-2 here in the top of the 4th.
Dangerous hitter here for Brookings. He's got 3 hits today between these 2 games.
Only Brookings player with multiple hits. Or, I guess, check that now, but at the time he was the only player with multiple hits. Full count here to Plummer. Boston Frick fires home. Plummer sends this one into left center field. It's a long run from Cirque. It's at the fence, and it is gone. Winston Plummer, you're going to need a trip over the fence to get that one back. A long shot, left center field. Not much wind right now either. You can see that flag in left center, not flying very much. So that was all power for Plummer.
Yeah, the big man gets the home run. He's been great today. 4 hits, and Brookings gets their first run of these 2 games, and that's one way to do it. Put it just straight over the fence and saw it there from Winston Plummer.
And Plummer just felt like he's the one guy who's had Yankton's number today. That's his 4th hit of the day over these 2 games.
You know, they kept him in check early in that first game, then all of a sudden that double happened, and then something today clicked for Plummer, where he's just been a machine since.
He's seeing that ball well right now. And Boston Frick still got a 3-run lead. You can't let that affect you too much. That one pitch gets sent over the fence. This one, ground ball right side of the infield. Second baseman Bestie up with it in time to first. 4-3 put out. Bounces back with an out for Boston Frick on the mound.
Good response there. Get the quick out on the ground ball over to second. One away here in the top of the fourth.
Here's Tane Frederick, a high school baseball player with a better beard than I'll ever grow.
See, mine just at a point gets curly, so I can't grow a beard like that either, so I get it.
We've had this conversation before, but mine is just like the tip of my chin and then my neck. Only place it grows. I might as well just not have it at that point, which I've started doing recently.
See, I honestly, I worked at a place in high school where we had to be clean shaven, very Yankees type rule. And so since like the second I graduated and was on to college, I've just had a beard. I think I've maybe been clean shaven once since then.
That one plunks Frederick there with one out and 1 run already across this inning. You tried a stash one time. I remember that.
The stash was electric. It was.
Would you put yourself on Mount Stashmore?
No, absolutely not. No, I'm not ready for that. What's your favorite baseball mustache?
Raleigh Fingers.
I was gonna say that. Goose is up there.
Goose Gossage too. Yeah.
Modern day Trent Grisham has an electric mustache. Shout out one of my center fielders. I say one of because.
Oh, here's a chopper up the middle. We'll ask why later. 6-3, double play. Riken stepped on the bag, too, didn't he? What a play for Beck Riken. 6-3 putout gets him out of the inning.
He's got 2 double plays today.
He's already locking up Defensive Player of the Game. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. We're back in 1 minute here on KYNT, KYN-TV.
Looking for your next leadership opportunity? Parker is looking for a second shift value stream team supervisor. If you've got leadership skills, many holidays, medical, dental, vision, supplemental, and paid life insurance, guaranteed profit sharing, and a fully matched 401k up to 5%, fully vested on day 1, plus a company paid retirement income account. Apply today at parker.com/careers.
Parker, engineering your success.
Buying a home isn't just about real estate. It's about investing in yourself. At the Move Group, we believe the best time to buy is when it makes sense for you. Our expert agents put people before transactions, meaning we listen first, provide honest guidance, and help you make a confident decision. No pressure, no gimmicks. Markets change, but the right home is about more than just numbers. It's about finding the right fit for your life and your future. When you're ready, we're here to help. Contact the Move Group today.
Welcome back to the bottom of inning number 4. This is our second game of a doubleheader between Yankton Post 12 and Brookings Post 74. Yankton's on top 4-1, but Brookings, their first run of this doubleheader in the top of the 4th, a solo shot over the left center field fence by Winston Plummer.
In a solo shot there, and in between innings, we've decided I am bringing the mustache back. So in some way, we were talking mustaches last inning. And I think I'm bringing it back.
We're bringing the stash back. It's your application to Mount Stashmore.
Yes.
We'll be talking about you with some of the greatest stashes in Yankton.
You know, if we're talking about Mount Rushmore things in Yankton, where is Evan Cirque on like fastest athletes type thing? I mean, we saw him beat out an infield single that led to a run earlier in this one, and he's at the plate again.
And we'll see if he can potentially beat out another infield single or even put one in the outfield, beat out a double. It's a 1-0 count to him to start things off. 1-0. I think he got a piece of that one, but swung through it, so a strike.
I think he ticked it.
Just off the tip of the bat. I heard it. Here's the 1-1 home. Outside for a ball. Cirque now with a 2-1 count from Nolan Wagner. Cirque leading things off this half inning. Mark Cottle on deck, and then the top of the order, Sam Goki's in the hole. That one's in there for strike 2 to Cirque. So a 2-2 count now to the leadoff man. 2-2 home. Sirk, ground ball, right side of the infield. Up with it is Frederick at first, and that's the toughest infield hit to beat, right at the first baseman for out number 1.
Yeah, not even Evan Sirk can outrun that, I don't think. Nice play there over at first, and get that first out here at the bottom of the 4th.
Barry Allen would have trouble with that play. Here's the first pitch to Mark Cottle. In there for strike 1. The 0-1 in the zone as well for strike 2 from Wagner. Wagner working quick here on the mound. Here's the 0-2 home. Inside for a ball. 1-2 count now to Cottle. Almost clipped him.
And we talked about that run that came in. I believe it was in the 2nd inning where Sirk scored. That was a nice a nice at-bat for Mark Cottle in that, as well, as he was able to work a walk after being down 0-2 and kept that inning alive before Goki came in and got a nice hit.
And he's doing the same right now. 2-2, make it 3-2 as that one misses well outside. Mark Cottle, after starting down 0-2 in the count, battled back to a full count once again. Here's the payoff pitch home from Wagner, and Cottle puts a jolt into this one, but gets a little far underneath it. Now Sam Goki comes to the plate. Hit by a pitch, drove a run in, singled, scored a run. And that's just when he had a walk, a run scored, 3 RBIs, a double, a single, and a stolen base.
So he's been busy.
Welcome back. It's good to see Sam Goki back out there. It's an 0-1 count to him now from Wagner. Took a step into that one, but did not bring the bat around. Ball 1. Here's the 1-1 home to Goki. Inside for a ball. 2-1 count now to Yankton's designated hitter.
That's so key as a leadoff hitter. I know he's done a good job getting some RBIs, but when you're a leadoff hitter and you're just getting on base every time, that's obviously your job there. You want to get on base, and done a really good job of that today.
3-1 count now to Goki. And he thought that was ball 4. He's about to toss the bat to the dugout, but strike called. Count goes full. Second straight batter and a full count for Yankton. That one's ball 4 as Goki flips the bat over to first, and he'll take his walk.
Well, you were reading those stats. Has he recorded an out today?
No.
That's what I thought. I was going to say I thought so.
He now has 2 walks, a hit by pitch, 2 singles, and a double.
It's a pretty good day. Anytime that OBP is at 1,000, that's a pretty good day.
First pitch to Matthew Shelton is a ball, and I don't know what he could do. Pitches he's been wanting to swing at. He's putting good shots into him. Here's the 1-0 home to Shelton. Misses for a ball. 2-0 count now to Yankton's first baseman. He's been hit by a pitch, scored a run, and grounded out so far in the second game. Had a walk, a run, and an RBI in game 1. 2-0 home. Sheldon gets underneath this one. Schneider working his way underneath of it. Antonin there as well. It will be Antonin that gloves it at second for out number 3. P4 in the scorebook ends the inning, strands the runner on. We head to the top of the 5th. No runs come across for the first time in a half inning in this double go-to place for specialized wellness and therapy. Boston Frick on the mound when we come back in 60 seconds. This is Post 12 Legion Baseball, KYNT, KYN-TV.
That's you trying to fix the plumbing yourself to save a few bucks. Doing things yourself doesn't always end well. The same goes for insurance. That's why Auto Owners works with local independent agents who tailor coverage to meet your needs and offer discounts for life, home, car, and business insurance. Because sometimes you need a professional to get the job done right. That's simple human sense.
Don't gamble. Insure with MT and RC Smith Insurance and rcsmithinsurance.com.
Does anyone in your family have macular degeneration? At Vision Care Associates, we are dedicated to delivering the highest standard of eye care, utilizing the latest medical advancements to protect and improve your vision. That's why we offer ZX Pro, a new technology that measures the risk for macular degeneration. ZX Pro is a test used to assess macular health before signs of macular degeneration even begin. Be proactive and schedule an appointment.
First pitch of the 5th inning is sent into left field. Sager starts to run up on it, lets it drop in front of him so he doesn't overrun it, but it's a leadoff base knock for Brookings by Jay Harris.
A nice hit there by Harris. And Brookings, after getting that first shutout inning that they've had between these two games, all of a sudden they're playing with a little bit here. They get a couple runs. You know, they're right back in it, and obviously not out of it, only down 3, but have a chance to do some damage here and get a little closer.
John Collar shows up, try to keep things rolling. He steps into the box, shows bunt, and pulls it back for a ball. Brookings and Yankton similar in the regard of still old school using signs. You see a lot of young teams these days, they're going to 3-digit codes, and they almost have those like quarterback armbands you see in football. Pickoff attempt at first, not there in time. Throw over to first, not there in time again. Couple pickoff attempts there for Boston Frick.
And this might just be a little bit of a reset once again for him, another way to buy some time and refocus on the mound after giving up that leadoff hit.
Collar shows bunt, tries to lay it down, but it gets by him for strike.
It's like me on MLB The Show, trying to lay down a bunt. Not good.
Apparently it's really hard to do.
It is.
On a video game with professional baseball players. Anyway, here's the 1-1. Showing bunt again. Collar can't get to it. Strike 2.
And now that kind of takes away the bunt situation, you think, because if you get a hold of one and it goes foul, that's an automatic out.
I have seen one bunt attempt on 2 strikes this year covering Yankton baseball, and that's exactly what happened. 1-2 home, misses low and away for a ball. 2-2 count now to Collar. Frick checks the runner at first, throws over, not in time. Another pickoff attempt. Jay Harris at first base might as well just continue laying on the ground with his hand on first base. Frick's gonna keep throwing over at him.
Hey, it's going, but that shows that he respects that speed over there at first.
Shot back up the middle, gets out of the glove of Frick. Beck Reichen up with it over to first. It's not gonna get there in time. Could have been a double play ball, but after it lost some momentum going off of the glove of Frick, everybody's safe.
Yeah, and that's one of those. Frick's just trying to make a play. Unfortunately, slowed down the ball, and all of a sudden in a bit of a jam here to start the 5th.
Yeah, 2 runners on, no runners out, and you're at the top of the order now for Brookings with Trey Christofferson. 0 for 2 in this game, but you know where Christofferson is. Gonna get a mound visit here for Yankton. No coaches involved, just a team meeting, players only meeting. I know those were a really big thing in the NBA a few years back.
Yeah, I was gonna say it feels like any team having troubles in the NBA has a players only meeting, but this in baseball it's a little different, specifically just during games and things like that. But
yeah, they were drawing up how they're gonna get a triple play here.
Like, well, if we do this and this and this and get this and this and this.
All right. So Boston pitch inside, force a ground ball to Mark. Mark step on the bag, throw to second, throw to first. There we go.
And this is, we talk about top of the lineup here for Brookings as well. So
my plan goes out the window because Christofferson's left-handed. Okay, throw outside to Christofferson. Christofferson shows bunt, pulls back. Ball called from Frick.
I like the idea here. If you can get the bunt down, you sacrifice an out, but odds are you advance those 2 runners, especially if you can find a way to get it down that third base line. Cottle is playing pretty far off. Obviously, they're hoping it goes down to first and they can try to make a throw over, but
they switched something out of that, too. Tate Bestie's technically at first base right now with Sheldon playing second, but that's just, I think that's just for bunt defense right now. Sheldon's going to rotate over and cover the bag.
And that's one, if they can throw it quick, maybe even swing a double play type of thing. Christofferson's got some speed, though, at the plate as well, so we'll see here if this bunt gets down.
This bunt defense feels geared to get the lead runner at third. As Christofferson pops that one up, foul ball. Boston Frick almost chased that down. I thought he was going to lay out for it for a second.
He shot out of a cannon right there trying to get after that one. But now, odds are, unless you're willing to risk it, once again we talked about, that probably takes away the bunt attempt at least.
I know I said it a couple minutes ago when we talked about it the first time, but I have seen it once this year where a team tries laying down a bunt in a two-strike situation. Didn't work. 1-2 home to Christofferson. Slapped left side of the infield, and it gets past Reichen. Sager's up with it in left field. Runner holds at third. Sager was playing shallow there with the show of bunt throughout the at-bat. So he's able to run up on it quickly, hold the lead runner at third, but the bases are loaded now for Jace Bauer.
And that was nice. That's exactly where that ball needed to be, Brayden. Reichen over there at short was shifted over a little bit more towards the second base bag in case of a throw over or anything like that. And Stuyvesant put it right in a gap where it needed to be, and all of a sudden, Brookings in business here with the bases loaded.
Hit it where they ain't. Oldest trick in the book for baseball. And Bauer sends this one on a line to center field. Cirque is going to jump up and glove it. Got the out, but the runner tagging from third. No play at the plate. A sac fly RBI. Lead is now down to 2. Brookings trails 4-2.
Yeah, but what a catch there from Cirque. Get that first out of the inning and probably saved at least one more run on that catch.
Yeah, if that gets over his head, runners definitely score from second. And honestly, with Christofferson at first base, if that's still rolling, could have given up 3 right there. We'd have a tie ball game.
It's a nice play there, leap and grab, and now you got to be careful. Looking at it here, Schneider at the plate, but then you got to think about what's coming up after him over there. Mr. Plummer in the on-deck spot. He's been on fire, and he's got that home run today as well as a few other hits, and you don't want to give him a bases-loaded situation if you can avoid it.
You got to think the dream scenario for Boston freaking Yankton right now is double play ball. We'll check in with Winston Plummer at the top of next inning.
Yeah, we will see you in the 6th. That's what they're thinking.
1-0 home. Misses the zone for a ball to Owen Schneider.
You got to think, even if you get this out without the runners advancing, there's a bag to give. Would you consider maybe even walking him? Something like that.
The only issue would be who's on deck. And now on a 3-0 count, though, you don't have a lot of wiggle room. Schneider been very patient at the plate. Here's the 3-0 home. Strike inside part of the plate. It's a 3-1 count now to Schneider. Frick checks the runner at second, fires the 3-0 home. Schneider chops that one just foul past the first base bag. That rolls all the way down into the corner.
Frick battling back here. Brayden was down 3-0 and now with a full count.
We're getting a payoff pitch coming here from Boston Frick. Checks the runner at second, fires home. This one's sent into left field. It's going to one-hop into the glove of Sager. He'll fire it in from left, cut off by Cottle. And I think Gavin Johnson didn't want him to cut that one off. No play at the plate. Another run scores on the single to left field. And now it's a 4-3 ball game. Yankton up 1 on Brookings.
Yeah, nice piece of hitting there from Schneider. And now all of a sudden, Winston Plummer at the plate. He's 2 for 2 in this game. He's got a home run, and one swing of the bat could give Brookings the lead.
He's the most dangerous man in the southeast corner right now, the way he's been swinging the bat. First pitch strike, though. Boston Frick not showing fear, putting that one in the zone and getting it by him.
Good breaking ball on that pitch. We should mention with that, no one warming up in the pen for post 12 as it stands. They're trusting Frick to get out of this one.
Ball gets away from Gavin Johnson. Runner takes off from second to third. Christofferson, a big turn at third, but he is told to hold his horses there by Carter Roach. And we're going to get a mound visit here from head coach Drew Lawrence. Mound visits brought to you by Kaiser Heating and Cooling. Be the wiser and go with Kaiser. That's Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton. And it looks like he's just saying to his guys, and settle down, execute their game plan. Doesn't look like they're going to change anything on the mound. So 1-1 count to Plummer. 4th late this half inning. No change. Sorry to cut you off there, Josh.
He scores everyone, but now if he just gets down a hit, it looks like Brookings would probably take the lead here, but we'll see if Frick can battle out of it.
That one misses the zone for ball 2, and it looks like there is action in the Yankton bullpen. I believe I caught a glimpse of the number 8 on the back of that jersey. It'd be Cale Gary. 2-1 home to Plummer. Misses low for a ball. 3-1 count now. And with the free bag, this might be a situation where you're not really upset with a walk.
That's what I think. I think Lawrence was telling him, maybe throw some breaking balls outside. And get him. As I say that, he throws the heat. And
try to sneak one by him. It's like trying to sneak a steak past a dog pound with the way Plummer's been swinging it. Here's the 3-2 home. Foul back into the net. We'll do it again.
This be a huge out for Boston if he can get it here.
Full count, high pressure situation, 1 down in the inning. Throw home to Plummer, sends this one out of play. They'll do a payoff pitch again. 3-2. Plummer, hard shot at Cottle, gloves it at third. No play anywhere else, but a hot shot. They call it the hot corner for a reason.
What a stab there by Mark Cottle. Right to his glove, makes the catch, and gets a big out. Now Boston can just get one more out here intact.
If he lets that one by him, it's 1 run, maybe 2.
They talk about exit velo in the majors all the time. I'd like to see the exit velo on that line drive.
I just watched Cottle take his glove off and rub his hand on his pants. It stung. Ball gets away from Johnson there, but not far enough for anybody to make a run home. One 1-0 count here from Boston Frick to Tyson Antonin. Antonin 0 for 2 in game number 2 so far. Be a big moment for his first hit. Here's the 1-0 home. Antonin, foul ball. And Johnson ball, because bending forward out of danger, and that just kind of encapsulates Antonin's day so far. It's not like he's been up there and not putting any pop into it. He's got a couple pop outs in game 1.
So we're calling that elite ball placement from Boston Frick.
Just like he drew it up. Here's the 1-2 to Antonin. Foul tipped. We'll do a 1-2 again, but Antonin has struck out once today, but has put 3 balls into play over his other at-bats. 2 pop-outs and a ground out. And both have been fairly high pop-outs, so it's mostly just a case of getting too far underneath of it. Here's the 1-2 home to Antonin. Chopper, left side of the infield, goes foul.
Staying alive here, getting a couple foul balls, and just trying to put something in play and see if he can get in a gap. And if he can, Brookings has got a real shot here at taking the lead. I mean, you got to assume runner from second is going on contact.
And if Antonin's able to work into a full count somehow, runners are just going on movement at that point too, which would be even better if Antonin puts it into play. The 1-2 fouled off of the mask of Gavin Johnson. It's not always fun to play catcher.
No.
You got to stay crouched behind the plate. You get foul tips off of you sometimes. You're playing in the summer. It's traditionally a 90-degree day, and you're all kitted up.
wearing all that gear.
1-2. Antonin pops this one up. Sheldon shades underneath of it. Has his heels on the turf, at the edge of the turf, for out number 3. Boston Frick able to work out of it there. Back-to-back outs with some runners on, but 2 runs do come across. Yankton still leads 4-3 in this one. They'll try to add to that lead when we come back. This is Post-12 Legion Baseball, KYNT, KYN-TV. This inning break brought to you by Rise Fuel. We're back in 1 minute.
This is the sound of grilling season. It's time to get back to cookouts, to gathering with friends and family, and making memories. And with Hy-Vee's lower prices on thousands of items all over the store, you can still get the best quality meat and everything else you need for your barbecues at prices that will make you smile. Get back to grilling for less, with a little help from Hy-Vee.
FM 1021 and AM 1450, KYNT, Yankton.
When the summer heat is on, make sure your cooling system is up to the challenge. Kaiser Heating and Cooling has the right solution for your home or business, whether it's a high-efficiency air conditioner, geothermal system, or reliable heat pump unit. For over 77 years, we've been keeping Yankton cool with expert installation and service. Don't sweat this summer. Stay comfortable.
Fifth inning of work for Nolan Wagner on the mound as Easton Fieser will lead things off for Yankton. The bottom half of inning number 5. He'll be followed by Gavin Johnson and Beck Reichen as your 3-batter minimum this half inning. Fieser, hard hit ball on the ground of the second baseman. Over to first in time. 4-3 putout is how we start things.
Yeah, quick out there to start the inning, and that's what you want, quick work.
Gavin Johnson to the plate now. First pitch in there for strike 1 to him. 0 for 2 in game 2, but does have a run driven in. That one misses inside for a ball. 1-1 count now to Yankton's catcher. Here's the 1-1 home. Misses low for a ball. 2-1 count now to Johnson. Chopper left side of the field. Third baseman up with it, but in and out of the glove. That's going to go down as an error, but Gavin Johnson's on first.
You had a runner on here for Yankton, and now, look, they're just trying to add a run or two here. Try to get some insurance. They're up 1 in the late stages of this game. And we really are getting to that point. Brayden sitting in the 5th in a 7th inning game, and Yankton just trying to add that insurance.
Throw over to first, not there in time on the pickoff play. Wagner side on the mound. Fires home. Reichen chops this one left side of the infield. Bauer up with it. No play at second. Gets the runner at first for out number 2.
Yeah, a little bit too much of a slow hopper on that one to get 2, but gets the runner at first and now 1 out away from getting out of this inning. But that'll bring up Trey Sager with a chance to maybe add a run here for post 12 if he can get a hit.
Yeah, Sager got an RBI in this game, a sac fly in the 3rd inning, but 0 for 1 on the game so far. That one over his head for ball 1.
Credit to him. I'd be ducking so fast if that happened to me.
Just standing there stoically, like, yeah, let it hit me. See what happens. Tate Bestie is on deck for the 1-0 home from Wagner. Misses for ball 2. It's a 2-0 count now to Sager.
Talk about Wagner. If he can get out of this inning, he started off a little rough, gave up a few runs those first 3 innings, but really kind of settled down these last couple.
2-0 home. Sager rips this one down the left field line. Just a tick foul. Couldn't have stuck a stack of papers between the baseball and the line there.
That's one of those where baseball's a funny sport, and just missed that one. It just went foul.
It's the old saying, that's baseball. What are you going to do? 2-1 misses high for a ball. 3-1 count now to Sager. Four runs on just 4 hits for Yankton. No errors so far for post 12. Only an error. Here's the 3-1 home to Sager. Takes it for strike 2.
You can tell he thought about swinging at that one, but I don't know if he really liked the pitch and decided to hold off and live front.
But now you got to protect in a full count. Payoff pitch home. Sager gets underneath of this one. Near the foul line, down the right field line, it's gloved by Tane Frederick for out number 3. A pop out to the first baseman ends things in the 5th inning. 4-3, Yankton still leads by 1. We head to the top of the 6th in a 1-run ball game. That scoreboard update brought to you by SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, the go-to place for specialized wellness and therapy. Yankton back on the field when we come back in 60 seconds. This is Post 12 Legion Baseball, KYNT, KYN-TV.
Look at all the pictures of the resort you'd stay in every year. All you need to do is pay reasonable maintenance fees once a year. With any contract that you're signing, read and understand everything. What happens if you cancel? Can you get out of this contract? If you feel pushed into signing the contract, you need to stop and take a step back. If you have questions, contact the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
A local business owner came into the UPS store with a large shipment of products for his online store. While they packed everything securely, he asked if they could also handle the international shipping. The answer? Of course they can. For over 9 years, the UPS store in Yankton has been helping business owners with both their
Change made out in the field here for Yankton post 12. Tate Bestie comes in from second base. He steps up to the mound, so Boston Frick's day is done for Yankton. Throw down to second.
It's Brennan Gilmore out there at second, by the way.
Brennan Gilmore, just last name association in Yankton. Don't know if there's any relation to Tucker Gilmore. First pitch of this half inning is a ball from Tate Bestie. We'll get you the final stats from Boston Frick here in just a moment. This is Tane Frederick at the plate. First pitch to him into center field. Evan Sirk works his way underneath of it. He'll glove it with the left hand for out number 1.
Yeah, quick first out there here, and that's what you want. You just need 5 more outs to win this one, and it's a good start.
First pitch of this at-bat in there for strike 1 to Max Jensen. You brought it up there, Josh. 5 outs away. Yankton does not need to score another run as it stands, but they'd love to in the bottom half of this inning to give themselves a little more insurance.
Get that breathing room, and that'd be big there.
Final stats for Boston Frick. 5 innings pitched, 8 hits, 3 runs. They were all earned. 1 strikeout, no walks. 2 batters were hit. 89 pitches, 55 for strikes. This one back up the middle, just over the glove of Tate Bestie. It's going to be a 1-out single for Mets on the mound after this pitch. The 0-1 home, sent into left field. Sager getting underneath of it. He gloves it with the right hand for out number 2.
The way that went off the bat, I thought that was going a little bit further than that. Just kind of died out there, and nice catch out and left.
Something I've noticed recently, Easton Feezer, first base and right field is where he predominantly plays. He throws right-handed, bats left-handed. Trey Sager throws left-handed, bats right-handed.
Has not given up a run in those 9 appearances.
He's only given up 12 hits, issued 3 walks to 4 strikeouts, a 1.216 whip on him. Bestie steps off, looks the runner back to first. No throw over, just resets.
Pitch there, breaking ball from Bestie to make it 0-2.
Second strike call there. Tate Bestie settling himself in. And Bestie's a guy who's out there playing second base. It's not like he went to the pen to warm up before this. The 0-2 home, runner takes off. Chopper in the shortstop, Reichen across the diamond. Good scoop at first. Backhand grab by Matthew Sheldon completes the out. And Brookings goes scoreless in the top of the 6th. Yankton is 3 outs away from taking the doubleheader sweep. We'll see if they add more runs in the bottom of the inning coming up shortly. Post 12 leads 4-3. This is Yankton Legion Baseball, KYNT, KYN-TV. This inning break brought to you by Rise Fuel. We're back in 1 minute.
Is it the competition that keeps at First Dakota? We're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
School may be out for summer, but now is the time to get your child's school and sports physicals. Beat the last-minute rush. Schedule your kindergarten physical and necessary vaccines, 6th grade physical and required vaccines, and for those entering 7th and 10th grade, your high school sports physical. Yankton Medical Clinic makes it easier than ever with online scheduling available 24/7 or call today. School's out for summer, but let Yankton Medical Clinic help you stay ahead of the game by getting your school physicals now. So much care, so close to home.
We're back to live action here on KYNT and KYN-TV. 4-3 your score. Game number 2 of our doubleheader. Yankton post 12 leads Brookings post 74 by 1. Brookings lead post 74 in the second game, but only 3 runs to show for it. Yankton, 4 runs on only 4 hits.
Yeah, and those 4 runs, Brayden, coming in those first 3 innings. Been left blank on the scoreboard the last couple. Trying to add a couple runs here going into that top of the frame here to try to close it out.
And Bestie with a loud foul ball right out of the gate.
Trying to help himself out over on the mound now, trying to get something going with the bats here.
Yeah, Bestie potentially in line for the save in the top half of this inning if he stays in top half of the next inning if he stays out there. Here's the 0-1 home to him. Has to twist out of danger on that one. 1-1 count now. Here's the 1-1 home. Bestie pops this one up. Shortstop Schneider gets underneath of it.
They both have been electric defensively, and now I'm a little more of a simple pop out, but once again, still got to make the catch, and Schneider does it again.
The wild plays don't matter if you can't make the routine ones. And that's Schneider's been able to do both, as has Beck Reichen. Both shortstops been playing really well. Cirk, the left-handed hitter, finds a 1-0 count on him, make it a 2-0 count. That one's outside for a ball. Mark Cottle waits in the on-deck circle, and then to go back to the top of the order with Sam Goki. Here's the 2-0 home. Strike called to Cirk. 2-1 count now. Cirk sends this one out to right field. Giving chase is Christofferson just over the glove. Christofferson couldn't get it. Cirk rounds first, heading to second, not slowing down, heading to third. Ball coming in. A stand-up triple for Evan Cirk. A flash around the base paths, and now the 5th run of the game, 90 feet away.
Yeah, and as soon as that one went down, I was sticking up 3 fingers over here. That was a triple all the way with his speed. Now all of a sudden, we're running a scoring position here. We talked about Yankton looking to add on some runs here. They have a chance to do this as they welcome Mark Cottle, the 9-hitter, up to the plate.
Cottle had a big play at third base. Not too long ago defensively, a hot shot from Winston Plummer was seen shaking out the hand after it.
Saved one, if not 2 runs there in that situation, too.
See if you can add those back for Yankton as well on the other end. 4-3 post-12 leads. Cottle takes that one inside for ball 2. It's a 2-0 count. Nolan Wagner has pitched a great game today. Got into a little trouble early, but he's settled in.
That infield playing in, Brayden trying to get something on the ground.
And a hot shot at the third baseman, and that is the definition of baseball. One third baseman makes a great play in the field, and then immediately has the same thing happen to him.
Yeah, and there's a stat in baseball, I don't remember the exact name of it, where basically they measure how unlucky you are as a baseball player with hard hit balls and things like that. And that's one of those right there. Mark Cottle put a good piece of wood, or a good piece of metal on that one, but just a heck of a catch over at third base.
Steal of home! Are you kidding me, Evan Sirk? 5-3 your score.
Wow, wow, wow. And even if that was high, Brayden, I don't know. I think he might have had that either way. Evan Sirk getting it done. What a play there, and what a gutsy call. 5-3 Yankton.
I was making sure my scorebook was okay, and I look up, and Evan Sirk's already halfway to home plate. 5-3 your new score after a straight steal of home by Evan Sirk. And it's Brennan Gilmore out there now to hit in place of Sam Goki.
We're gonna have to ask Coach Lawrence about that one in the post game. I gotta know more about that one.
That's question 1. Usually question 1 is, what's your initial thoughts? No, we'll get the initial thoughts after this opening question.
Yeah, I want your initial thoughts on my initial thoughts, Coach Lawrence.
Here's the 1-2 home to Gilmore. Chopper left side of the infield. 2 hops to the glove of Schneider. He's up with it across the diamond. Pulls the first baseman off the bag and gets by him. Gilmore turns at first. Heading to second. He's in there safely. What could have easily been a 6-3 putout ends with Brennan Gilmore on second base.
Nice play there. That's why you always run it out. You get the wild throw, and all of a sudden a runner on second. Matthew Sheldon coming to the plate. And if he can get a hit, add another run maybe here for post 12. I'm still like shocked over here. Sirk's just stole home. That was insane.
It takes quite a lot to leave me speechless, Josh. This and warm and cool colors of Powerade have been the 2 things today.
It's the 2 most
electrifying things we've talked about.
Both of which there's a method to the madness.
Here's the 1-0 home. In there for a strike to Sheldon. 1-1 count now to Yankton's first baseman. Sheldon, a grounder to the shortstop. Schneider, almost another error. Gets it across the diamond, though, in time on that one. Schneider recovers for out number 3. Yankton puts 1 on the board. They lead 5-3 heading into the top of the 7th. They are 3 outs away from taking a doubleheader sweep. That scoreboard update brought to you by SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, the go-to place for specialized wellness and therapy. We're back in 1 minute for Yankton Post 12 Legion Baseball. KYNT, KYN-TV.
Buying your first home? That's a big moment. A happy, feel-good, when's the housewarming party moment. When you're ready to look for a home, start with a local FNBO mortgage lender. We're here to answer questions, personalize the experience, and share our expertise so you can focus on your search. Start your application and get pre-qualified now at fnbo.com. Your mortgage moment is just around the corner, and FNBO will be there every step. Visit our nearest branch or go to fnbo.com. FNBO is an equal housing lender.
Are you on track to retire? I'm Adam Walter, a certified financial planner with Vantage Financial, born and raised in Yankton, South Dakota. My team and I pride ourselves on building trust through clear, honest advice tailored to your unique goals. From retirement planning to smart tax strategies, we'll create a personalized plan to help you feel confident and secure about your financial. Schedule a 15-minute call today.
Vantage Financial Partners is a registered investment advisor. SEC registration does not constitute an endorsement of Vantage by the SEC, nor does it indicate that Vantage has attained a particular level of skill or ability.
Welcome back here on KYNT and KYN-TV. Top of the 7th. 3's the magic number for Yankton. 3 outs away from taking a doubleheader sweep. Brookings trying to change that. They need at least 2 runs to tie, 3 runs to take the lead. Tate Bestie on the mound for his second inning of work of relief. And Trey Christofferson, top of the order at the plate for Brookings.
And getting 2 quick strikes on Christofferson here, attacking early.
With it at first and stepping on the bag is Easton Feaser, who's over there at first base now in place of Matthew Sheldon. Looks like that's Carter Boomsma out in right field. Cirque still in center. Easton Nelson moves into left field. A couple of housekeeping things to keep an eye on. This is the defensive lineup. Not saying any of the guys taken out of the games are bad defensively either. Let me be clear.
I think we really haven't seen too many mistakes, if any, in the field today for Yankton.
First chance Boomsma gets to make a play over near the right field line, and he gloves it for out number 2. Big play there.
Just 1 out away here, Brayden.
1 out away from a doubleheader sweep, keeping things rolling.
Brings Cooper Schneider to the plate. Shortstop for Brookings, down to the last out here for post 74.
RBI single in his last at bat. Only shot at an RBI here, so he puts it over the fence and he takes strike 1. Goal for Schneider here should be just to get on base, bring the hot bat of Winston Plummer up to the plate with a runner on.
And even then, if that happens, do you look at it as an Aaron Judge situation, 2 outs, you just say, hey, buddy, head on down to first.
Yeah, but you go over here.
Go full Ron Washington. I don't know if you caught that series. He intentionally walked Aaron Judge a few weeks ago 5 times.
1-1 to Schneider, called ball inside, and honestly, I don't know, 5 times his rookie numbers. You got to pump those numbers up.
They're not enough for him.
I'm never pitching if Aaron Judge is going to hit 370 and like 50 home runs in a season, I'm never pitching to him. 2-1 on the ground, right side, foul.
Now Brookings down to their final strike here.
Sets up a huge pitch for Tate Bestie. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, a 2-run lead for Yankton, top of inning number 7. Potentially 1 strike away from ending it. Bestie fires home, bounces it in the left-handed batter's box, and it's a full count. Bestie set for the payoff pitch. The 3-2 home. Schneider pops it up, giving chase is Feaser, but it's in the dugout out of play.
Living to fight another day of Schneider, and that's all you can really do here in this count. If it's close to the zone or you think it's close enough, you kind of got to swing at this point and fouled that one off to stay alive.
Payoff pitch again. Bestie fires home. The 3-2 popped up, playable. Johnson can't get there out of his stance. It's a tough play to make for the catcher.
Yeah, and I don't think he quite realized that it kind of popped up so close to him initially on that. And once his teammates kind of started yelling there, I think he did. But
Bestie home on the 3-2 again. Schneider on the ground. Cottle up with it at third. Across the diamond. In time at first. Mark Cottle, the 5-3 putout, wraps up a doubleheader sweep for Yankton post 12. 5-3 in game 2. 15-3 over the course of the 2 games. Great performance all around for Yankton. A little tighter in game 2, obviously, but they end up getting it done in the end.
Yeah, a good pair of wins here. We talked before the game about how close those 3 through 8 spots were coming into this in the standings, and Yankton gets a couple big wins there against a good Brookings team and really putting themselves in a good spot.
With how the seed point standings work, you get a couple wins against a team who's over 500, has a pretty good record in Class A play this year. That's only going to boost your seed points algorithm for post 12 in this one. 10-0 game 1, 5-3 game 2. We're going to take a break, come back with your post-game report here on KYNT and KYN-TV in a couple minutes. This is Yankton and post 12 Legion Baseball, earning a doubleheader sweep over Brookings. Back in a couple minutes.
Buying a home isn't just about real estate. It's about investing in yourself. At the Move Group, we believe the best time to buy is when it makes sense for you. Our expert agents put people before transactions, meaning we listen first, provide honest guidance, and help you make a confident decision. No pressure, no gimmicks. Markets change, but the right home is about more than just numbers.
You want peace of mind that you're healthy, Support your breast health by getting a mammogram every year starting at age 40. Multiple Avera Breast Center locations across the region offer easy access. We'll create a screening plan that makes sense for you. You have access to specialized near you at avera.org/breast.
I'm Colby Cookta, one of your Yankton Edward Jones financial advisors. We're all about financial investments, but we also value the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. That's why I'm a proud sponsor of the Yankton Bucks and Gazelles on KYNT.
Call 605-653-4860 or visit edwardjones.com for all your investment needs.
I'm Colby Cookta, financial advisor Edward Jones Yankton, member SIPC.
If you've been suffering from chronic pain or a recent injury, check us out, Lane, Reed, and Cole Sawatsky at SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab.
We offer a wide variety of treatments and techniques, including dry needling, cupping, chiropractic adjustments, and sports rehabilitation.
Our mission is to ensure an individualized and efficient treatment plan to get you back on your feet.
From ankle sprains and sports injuries to neck pain and headaches, we've got your back. Give us a call or book an appointment on our website. SWAT Chiropractic, specialized wellness and therapy.
Now located on Summit Street across from the high school.
Switching is easy. We do it all the time. We switch on the lights. We switch TV channels. Some of us switch partners while square dancing. Well, that's a stretch. But what's not a stretch is how you can switch and save with State Farm. In fact, State Farm agent Rhonda Westland, right here in Yankton, can switch you over so you can start saving today. Rhonda and her team are ready to welcome you to the State Farm neighborhood. With Rhonda Westland, it's easy to switch and save. Just give her a call. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Many people in our area look forward to summer with the warmer, longer days. But for some, it can be a season filled with pain. This is Dr. Mackenzie Erlinson with First Chiropractic Centers. More free time and outdoor activities can result in injuries that end in discomfort and pain. These problems may be the result of poor posture or technique, or you've simply pushed your body too far. When pain in the summer strikes, keep First Chiropractic Centers in mind, making life better, one adjustment at a time.
Turning 65 or new to Medicare? Navigating your options can feel overwhelming, but we're here to help. At Missouri River Associates, we make it easy to find the right plan for your health and budget. From Medicare supplements, 665-6885. Let us help you find peace of mind and the coverage you deserve.
That's you trying to fix the plumbing yourself to save a few bucks. Doing things yourself doesn't always end well. The same goes for insurance. That's why Auto Owners works with local independent agents who tailor coverage to meet your needs and offer discounts for life, home, car, and business insurance. Because sometimes you need a professional to get the job done right. That's simple human sense.
Don't gamble. Insure with MT and RC Smith Insurance in Yankton, your independent agent for home, business, auto, life, and bonds. Visit mtrcsmithinsurance.com.
Welcome back here on KYNT and KYNTV. It's your post-game report brought to you by the Move Group. Are you buying or selling? Move with Mason and the Move Group. We're going to start things off with your post-game coach interview brought to you by Rhonda Westland State Farm Insurance. Let Rhonda review your current home, auto, or life insurance to see if she can help you save some money. That's Rhonda Westland State Farm. We bring in head coach Drew Lawrence. And, Coach, a comfortable win in Game 1, a little closer in Game 2, but you complete the doubleheader sweep. What are your initial thoughts coming up here after that one? A tough team in Brookings here that's pretty close in the standings to you guys.
Yeah, we played a really good game. I mean, our pitching was outstanding, as it has been. It's good to see Mark be able to go out there and do what he did out there, and Boston did the same thing. And there was only two innings. We didn't score any runs. When you can do that, you should probably come away 2-0 with a sweep. And, we just had good at-bats, and our guys, we saw a lot of pitches. They walked us, and then we made it hurt when it counted, and we had the bases, people on the base pass. So, overall, just a really good game. We've been playing really good at home, the spring and the summer. We play a lot better here than we do on the road, which I'm sure is not uncommon, but it's good to be home.
And, it's good to get these wins because you're closer to securing a potential spot where you're at home for the first round of the playoffs to go to the state tournament coming up end of July into early August. So big wins today over Brookings. Starting in a little bit of reverse order here, I want to start with one of the last things we saw out here Evan Sirk just taking off for home there at the end, get you guys an insurance run. He ended up not needing it in the end. Keep him scoreless at the top of the 7th, but we were kind of talking if that was something where he saw it and has a green light, or if that's something you guys communicated on. If you could expand on that more for our listeners.
Well, I mean, there's been a couple times this year where we've done that with Sirk. You can't teach speed. You can't do that. And you can't, you can teach instincts on a baseball field, but that's kind of, learned over time. So his combination of not only being extremely fast, but being extremely smart is pretty deadly. Like, he is able to steal bases, able to do anything, that changes the game. And so that's special. So we actually had one this last week at West where we kind of did the same thing. Well, that was more of a squeeze, but it was going to be if the pitch isn't a strike, you're going to take and we're going to steal home. He was safe he was called out even though he was safe the one in West. And so then when we saw that first windup, he wasn't really quick with it. Third baseman wasn't really that close to the bag. So we just kind of had me. He asked if he's able to, and I said absolutely. And, Gilmore was batting. He didn't know, so luckily he saw him at the corner of his eye. But it's fun to have speed. It's fun to have that and his instincts. And, it was a good big triple. But, and you said we ended up not needing the run, but I can tell you, going back out there defensively on 1 run compared to 2 is huge. That essentially, in my mind, ended the game. So, yeah, it's fun, and it was fun for everyone to watch. I'm sure he enjoyed it very much.
It was fun for us up here in the booth, too. Much like Brennan Gilmore in that situation, I caught that out of the corner of my eye, him starting to come home, and it was a lot of fun to see. And next thing I want to ask you about is a guy who, up until that moment, was going to be the first guy I brought up. Sam Goki back in your lineup today, and quite a day for him. I don't think he got out today. I think he was on the base paths every time he came up to the plate. And it's good to have a guy, obviously, spring Class A Player of the Year in the club high school.
For him, and we're happy for us. We need him. We've been surviving. And you can probably see that Sean was on the bench this game. Like, we're battling through some injuries. Able to have Samuel back is game-changing for us. I think soon we're going to end up being able to put him in the field here and not just DH after our 4th of July break in the infield who we're doing this. And it's great to have him back. We need him. So we're very happy.
And I know you kind of brought it up there. You mentioned it at the end of the Aberdeen doubleheader last week, too. Just some injuries in the infield, some guys, you have to move them around. I thought Beck Reichen did a really great job tonight in the infield, as he consistently does, it feels like. But at shortstop, I think he played really, really well tonight.
Beck has been pretty phenomenal for us. He's making plays that look easy that aren't easy. It's hard to shock us, and he's shocking us sometimes as far as the plays that he's making and the easy he's doing it. But we're shuffling around. Cottle's been doing a really good job at third for us with these guys out. Easton Nelson got to play some infield today. He hasn't played third probably in 3 years. And he was very good there today too. And, we get Gilmer in there. So we're just shuffling guys around until we can figure it out. That means we have Feezer in the outfield. It's cool to have as many guys as we do able to play different positions, and that starts with athletes and being multi-sport athletes and being able to do things that maybe are uncomfortable at first and then get used to it. So we're a strong team. We need to get everyone healthy, but we're strong, and that second game was a full unit win. We defensively put Nelly in the outfield there. We put Carter Boomsman right. We're using everyone we can to kind of survive right now. So.
I think everybody played very, very well tonight, too, when they were called upon. Boomsby even came up with a put-out in that final inning when you moved him out to right field. And that versatility is key for you guys. You got some tough games in Class A. You got top team in Class A right now coming to town on Thursday, Rapid City Post 22. What are some just a preview of that, and if you have a pitching plan for Thursday as well?
We're their first games out here, so I assume we'll see their 2 best, which is kind of the way it works out sometimes. But pitching plan, sort of. I know Reichen will pitch. Other than that, I got to check on a couple guys. Frankie Enfeld's been a little sore here, and he hasn't pitched very much, and he can be a game changer for us. When he's on, he's very good. So hopefully he's able to pitch, and if not, someone else will step up, and we'll figure it out.
Well, Coach, thanks for taking the time to come and talk to us. Congrats on a couple big wins today, and we'll talk to you again on Thursday after those games.
You bet. Appreciate the coverage.
It's head coach Drew Lawrence of the Yankton Post-12 Legion baseball team. In your post-game coach interview, Yankton wins both games today against Brookings. Going to take a quick break, come back in a couple minutes and wrap things up for your post-game report brought to you by the Move Group. This is Yankton Post-12 Legion baseball, KYNT, KYN-TV.
Do you struggle with dry contacts? At Vision Care Associates, we have a great option. Infused contact lenses by Bosch & Lomb. Infused lenses are designed to ensure that your eyes stay hydrated and irritation-free, even after a full day of wear. Our doctors specialize in fitting these lenses for maximum comfort and optimal vision. Schedule your consultation and experience the all-day comfort and crisp, clear vision you deserve.
Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first.
This is the sound of grilling season. It's time to get back to cookouts, to gathering with friends and family, and making memories. And with Hy-Vee's lower prices on thousands of items all over the store, you can still get the best quality meat and everything else you need for your barbecues at prices that will make you smile. Get back to grilling for less, with a little help from Hy-Vee.
I love 1919 over a big scoop of vanilla ice cream. My favorite is just ice cold 1919 poured over crunchy ice. It's so refreshing. It's the creamiest root beer ever.
1919 root beer is the perfect treat. Brewed in small batches with only the finest ingredients. It's the creamiest, full-bodied, alcohol and caffeine-free draft root beer available. It's a taste tradition since, well, 1919.
Welcome back in here, KYNT, KYN-TV for your post-game report, brought to you by the Move Group. Are you buying or selling? Move with Mason and the Move Group. We'll start with your stat recap here for game number 2. Closer than game number 1, but Yankton still comes out with a 5-3 victory. We'll start with Brookings and how they played in game 2, as long as Game Changer wants to agree with me. On-air production meeting.
The Boathouse is for everyone. Axe throwing, mini bowling, shuffleboard, being...
I'm going to elect to ignore it. Anyway.
Hello? Are we live?
Anyway, I'm going to elect to ignore it. Anyway, for Brookings and their Game 2 performance, they were led by Winston Plummer, shocker, 2 for 3 with a run scored and RBI on a solo home run. Max Jensen went 2 for 3 in his appearance. He did not play in Game 1. And then a hit each for Jay Harris, for Cooper Schneider, for Jace Bauer, and Trey Christopherson. Bauer and Schneider also adding RBIs in this one. Nolan Wagner credited with the loss through 100 pitches over 6 innings, 4 hits, 5 runs, 4 earned, no strikeouts to 3 walks. As for Yankton, Sam Goki goes 1 for 1 with a run, an RBI, and a walk. Eastafisa goes 1 for 2 with an RBI and a run scored. And then Evan Cirk, 2 for 3, 2 runs scored, and a steal of home. He's credited with 2 steals on the day. Big performance for Cirk. Boston Frick pitches 5 innings, gives up 8 hits, 3 runs, all earned, 1 strikeout to no walks. And Tate Bestie credited with the save, 2 innings pitched, 1 hit, no runs, no strikeouts, no walks. Those are your stats today, brought to you by Mayor Signs. Contact Mayor Signs today on 4th and Broadway in Yankton. Defensive Player of the Game brought to you by Olson's Pest Technicians, your residential commercial pest control solutions. Call 1-800-KIL-BUGS. Part of me wants to say Beck Reichen again, but there were some other guys that played well as well. I'll let you make the final decision again here, Josh, but it's hard to go away from Beck Reichen with his performance, but a guy like Tate Bestie played really well as well and even came in to pitch late. So whoever you go with, I don't think we're going to get any complaints.
Yeah, we're going to go Evan Cirk, actually, on this one. I think he had a really good game out in center field, made that leap and catch at one point that, limited a couple runs there. I think Evan Cirk's a good answer on that one. But, really, just a really sound defensive effort for the whole team. I don't believe any errors committed through those 2 games, and just some clean defensive ball out there today.
Shows how much happened in the game. Cirk, again, I'll pitch my case here for him to be Offensive Player of the Game. That steal of home, obviously a great moment, and wow moments are what get you awards. You talk about the MVP or the Heisman in football or basketball. They always have that one performance, that one thing that really sets them over the top. So that steal of home for Evan Cirk, it gives him credit there, but also he's the only guy with multiple hits. He scored multiple runs, 2 of Yankton's 4 runs scored, had some great at-bats, was solid on the base paths, just all around very, very good day for him offensively. So I think if he's the one that gets to sweep it today with defense and Offensive Player of the Game, he's more than deserving.
Yeah, like you said, 2 big hits, that triple there. In the 6th, eventually stealing home, had another stolen base, beat out an infield single early in the game that led to a run as well. He was just great today, and I think that's a valid choice.
Evan Sirk, Offensive Player of the Game, and also Evan Sirk, Defensive Player of the Game. I can't remember if that's our first sweep, but it's the first one that I've been a part of. Sometimes Bryce does this on his own because I'm out in center field getting the camera. We weren't able to set that up tonight. There's a threat of rain in the area, and I didn't know if you were going to be on the broadcast with me, Josh, so I didn't want to have to try to run out there if rain starts coming down while also on a broadcast. So that's the explanation for that. If you like it or not, I guess that's up to you, but I appreciate everybody for tuning in today. Schedule preview brought to you by Parker Hannafin of Yankton. Look ahead for a brighter future with a new career at Parker of Yankton. All benefits begin day one. Learn more at parker.com. Parker, engineering your success. Rapid City Post 22 on Thursday. Tough team to play. The Hard Hats coming to town for that one. We heard from head coach Drew Lawrence. Beck Reichen most likely going to pitch on Thursday, and then seeing where the rest of the arms are at for the other game of the day. But we'll have coverage right here for that one on Thursday. I believe 6 p.m. first pitch of game one, so 5:15 pregame for that one on Thursday. Should be a good one. But for this one, a doubleheader sweep of Brookings, couple wins against a team close to them in the standings. I'd say it's a pretty successful day for Yankton. Josh, if you have any final thoughts in this one for their post-12.
Yeah, big week for Post 12. You started off in a good note with the sweep today against a good Brookings team, and now you got a big test on Thursday. And I think Coach Lawrence said it best. Let's go into that July 4th break on a high note, and they have a chance to do that on Thursday. So yeah, a lot of fun today. Really, just an all-around sound performance in these two games, and you saw that, and that's the reason why there was a sweep today.
Yankton goes 2-0 on the day. They improved to 18-6 overall on the season with these two wins. Brookings now 11-10 with the two losses. I have been Brayden Butler. Thank you to Josh Bolter for joining me today for this broadcast. Big thank you to Scotty Borman, our studio technician, making sure everything's running right back at KYNT Studios. And, of course, thank you to you, our listener, and our sponsors. Without you, this broadcast would not be possible. Yankton wins 10-0 and 5-3 in a doubleheader over Brookings Post 74. Thanks you again for joining us. Until next time, stay safe, be good people, and have a great night, everybody. This has been Yankton Baseball on KYNT and KYN-TV, Yankton's home team and stream.
Thank you for listening to Yankton Athletics on KYNT, a Riverfront sports property and Yankton's home team. Be sure to subscribe to the KYN TV YouTube page and hit the notification bell so you